do they land? Some of them, I don't know. You don't know unless you try it out. Most of the stuff you get to see me do, I usually get to polish it up pretty good before you get to see it. So that's all right though. You can see me bubble around a little bit. This session's interesting for me because whenever Daryl kind of hit me up, actually Daryl Anchor, he was just like, hey, you guys did these full-day workshops for DIS now. And she goes, you kind of need to do a full day. She wasn't like, you're interested. I'm like, sure, hell yeah. But when you're new, you got all this time. So you know what I mean? Like you're learning everything, and you're in, so it's like a weird pace, you're trying to fit in. And you're like, oh yeah, that'd be awesome. And then as the day gets closer and closer and closer, you're like, what the hell did I sign up for? But one of the things that was really interesting, I'm pretty gung-ho. If you don't know me, like, I'm the guy who, when they see something new, I'm like, I want to go check it out. When the state, I used to work with, one of my first jobs was in North Carolina School District. I used to work with Jerry Daddy, and he hated me because every time the state would be like, you want to do a pilot? I'd be like, hell yeah. And he goes, hell no, Ray. Hell no. He goes, or he would ask me, how much am I going to have to be involved? You know, that was his next question. And so at about August, when the school year, for us, the school year started, or I guess for the rest of the nation, school doesn't start till after like Labor Day or Memorial Day, whatever that is. And the White House did these announcements. Like they were like, cybersecurity, K-12 at the White House. They've never done anything like this. And Joe Biden is doing this. They're bringing all these stakeholders. Google is there, CISA is there, Cloudflare is there. I think ClassLink was there. They pulled that LA Unified School District there, and they have all these panels, and they're talking, and there's supposed to be this big announcement where they're gonna just, I don't know what I expected, but I thought they were gonna like transform. We're gonna have services coming out the wazoo. They're gonna tell us we're gonna all be getting money, and then it felt like kind of like a brief, and they said more information to come. And Gerald's like, what do you want to do? And I was like, man, we got to do this. And I was like, I'm gonna have a full day of all these free resources, and I'm gonna just fill your toolkit up. And we're gonna do all this free stuff they're handing out, and we're gonna vet it out, and you can see. Well, it didn't. That I kept waiting, and it was kind of, it was more, instead of like a bang, it was more like a fizzle. But there is a lot of good stuff that came out of it. The fact that they're talking about it, I guess, is good. At least it's on the table. But there's a lot going on in our state too. I know this is a bit late. I know it's a QR code. Use it today. Use it in virus total. If you don't trust me or trust it, there has been 12 hours from the time I created it to the time we are now. But if you don't trust the Bitly, open up virus total, test the link. But you're going to want this up on your PC or your Chromebook. Okay? It's not on your phone, but you're going to want the presentation up pretty regularly today. Do you have internet? You decide you want to go on hotspot for that.
Yeah, I can't either.
They let me connect to their red wire only.
We're not going to do anything super high tech. Most of what we're going to be doing is going to be on a Google Sheet or on a spreadsheet. We should a Google slide. I think the most bandwidth I'm going to pull today is when I'm trying to do a Teams call at 9:30. With a friend of mine.
Somebody able to pull it up?
No.
We're getting some error when I try to go to that QR link.
I got it. I had to like do it twice.
It's okay. We all have trust issues. If you have it, you don't have to use any of the red, you don't have to use any of the links that are today. And at least now you have the presentation, so you can make a copy of it, all the links that are in here. There's going to, I mean, here's the thing, a lot of times when I do workshops, I have maybe 30 to 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and really in that time, there's really just enough to just say, hey, this is out there, and today we'll actually go in and we'll actually come out. I don't know that, some of it will make a lot of sense to do it out of context. We can actually go into the forms and play with them, which you don't have here today, and I'm kind of taking advantage of that. All right. Most of what this link is for is so that you have animation.
Can you go back so I can see that? I'm sorry, I've been trying to get connected over and over. Alright,
Logging on is always issue number one.
I'm just, something's wrong.
Hey, managers in K-12.
Yeah, it is case management.
You talking about clever balance?
What's that?
Didn't have a clever balance? It helps in the classroom.
I can't imagine, there was some discussion for a while, like, whether or not they want you to get into doing authentication. But they just don't have to.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. They just don't have that together. It's not no problem. It's like, do the customer support. They're just, like, countering, there's just no way. And they're already behind with their regular authentication. Alright. So here's just kind of a feel for the day. I sent up kind of an outline to you just so you can know what to expect. We won't do a whole lot of the Act 754, the NDPA. That's what this paper up here is for. But I know people don't really get really excited about these kind of things. But we gotta set a baseline. And I know you've probably heard about these. Some of you probably read them. We're gonna get into these two documents. The first, probably 40 minutes, probably spend about 20 minutes on each, just so we can set a baseline, because the rest of the day is gonna flow off, or a lot of it's gonna flow off of these two conversations and the control, that administrative control that it provides your organization. Then we have a group called State Ramp. Anybody heard of State Ramp? It's kind of like a Clever service. It is a white glove service for this process. So it's an interesting idea to put on your radar, and it's just like these. Before today, you realize this isn't stuff Ray makes up. You'll see how integrated this stuff is with the COSIN documentation. They're all, they all used to work for each other. Okay, so when you start looking at it, they try to integrate these things across the board. The federal government gives these people grants so they can intermingle and work together. From K-12 to A4L, to COSIN, to State Ramp. It's a very small niche group, and they really do try to integrate the resources, and they try not to overlap or compete so that things work together. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll dig into the A4L application. In the afternoon, it'll be completely different. In the afternoon, we're going to switch it into other administrative controls that you may want to play with. And then the last hour or so, we'll go through all the national updates. And I got a lot of those people here, the ones that are actually offering real solutions, like Cloudflare, they're here. So you get a chance to talk to them. And in fact, we're having this conversation on Tuesday. Gives you an extra day to go talk to them. Before we start, what I need everybody to do is we need to go to A4L. And so if you have the presentation pulled up, you can click on the link. But we're gonna play around in your real account. Some of you have already kind of got going a little bit, so we'll just have to, I'm working off an empty, all right? But if you have not registered for your account, you need to go ahead and register, because I got my guy Jeff Killingsworth. He's in DC right now. He'll be with us tomorrow. But he's watching it for the next 13 minutes to approve any accounts that are coming in, okay? So to do the activity that we're gonna do just before lunch, you just need to register for an account, okay? Go ahead.
I'm not listening.
It's okay if you're not listed. Or your school's not listed. I'll add you as a user here in a second.
I just hit select.
I usually use her on mine, and you can play on mine, and then we'll. Yeah, you just hit select display, state, and then you select Arkansas, and, your district should be in there.
Are you looking on the left or on the right? Cause there's a column on the.
Yeah, so I'm over on the left, I'm on the right here.
Over here on the right.
Am I green or something?
No, I'm not there yet.
On the half of my district.
So does your
Well, the
district,
left is the search.
does your district disappear once you create an account? It's not
Yeah.
hard to get an
If you
account.
already have an account, don't worry about it.
So it's your first step, right, to select the state under the line?
Yeah, select Arkansas.
I do have a second person from my district here that doesn't have access to this.
We'll add a user, you can add users first step. That's good. We'll do that first, cause I need to add.
Co-op sessions on cybersecurity.
The co-op guys shouldn't have signed up for your school.
No, I'm just saying like
It's possible. I was at Archboard recently and we did some sign up, a lot of those come in. If for some reason your district's not showing up, it's okay. We'll kind of do some email on to the users. Y'all can play in it's not really a demo account, but just go over to the school and we can play with it and we can delete it.
So only one user can have an account?
Just start off with one user. So whoever the first user is that signs up is the super admin, right? No one else can really, you can't have two super admins. They say that you can give someone else pretty much all the administrative rights. There's going to be some stuff that only the super admin can do, and one of those is setting up workflows. But if you have an account, you need one account if you're in this room. If there's two people from Conway or one from Conway, just one of you need to do it, and the other person can add the other users.
You're gonna show us how to add the other people?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll do all that. We just need you to sign up for an account right now, so you can play with it later.
If your district's not there, you can't sign up for an account?
District's not there, you cannot sign up for an account right now. Are you not there? I don't see it.
Make sure your district's not listed in here there, cause like the more we're on, but this is like more we're on one. Cause you know there's two of us now.
If you'll write your email address, I can, here in a little bit, while she's talking about state grants, I can add your one. So, there's a lot of things I like about the A4L website. I like to put this up front. This is a nonprofit organization. The people that host this site, their day jobs are all techs. It's not a web consortium, it's more like a community, not that different from AA, EA, or ACOT. These are, their regular jobs are not the website. I mean, their regular jobs are tech coordinators or tech, they call themselves CTOs. They're CTOs out in the district. They have some people that they'll contract on the side. I think the webmaster is the same webmaster for Cambridge up in northeast of the United States. And so just kind of keep that in mind. Like, the resources are good. These are techs trying to help other techs, but it's very different than a corporate website. There's a lot to be desired. Okay, we can talk about all that. All right. So, I think one of the biggest things, especially for this morning, is when we talk about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is really interesting. interesting, when we talk about it, in the sense of, you have a couple different arms, right? You have technical controls, which honestly, that's not my strongest, I'm getting better, but that's not my strongest strength. Then you have the administrative controls. And these two kind of go together. I can't have one without the other. And I think one of the biggest risks that we have, especially in K-12 right now, is this conversation around third-party vendors. And you know this. And I think it's just not third-party. When we say third-party vendors, I'm going to get too deep into it. That also includes the hardware. I mean, every purchasing equipment that you buy at this point needs to have or should have some kind of cybersecurity component or some kind of cybersecurity review if it's going on your network. And the hardest part about your situation is you're having to take these conversations back and explain it to people who have no idea what the hell you're talking about. There are some resources here, and anytime I'm having these conversations, whenever I do get a chance, it's good to have these things in your back pocket, and you can lead with numbers when you can. If you've never seen this, there's a thing called the K126.org. They do an annual report. Have y'all seen this? Click on it. Because it's one of those, there's like the Verizon report, and there's a SANS report, and if you ever do any, you can get bombarded with the resources out there. This one is posted by K126. It is just a K-12 report. This is the same group that does the website where they're tracking all the breaches. And y'all seen this map before. So he does the research. I think he pretty much does a Google alert for every breach that's in this. They categorize it, and then at the end of each year, they take all of the repository and they put up this K-12 report so that you know, okay, these are all that has been reported publicly, and what does that look like? And they do an analysis every year. The 2023 is not out yet, so the 2022 is the most that we have. And I said 2022, and they break it down. They have some really good charts and graphs. I use stats out here all the time. The reason why I like about it when I'm talking with K-12 is that it is very K-12 specific, and it's written from a guy who understands K-12. Okay? And so when you see a number like this, it's like, okay, how big of a deal is this? Honestly, how you're managing third-party vendors is actually probably the biggest risk to your organization today. Okay? It's hard to say I don't know what your infrastructure looks like, but it's enough. If it's 55% of the nation state, chances are that's the majority of Arkansas as well, right? And they present some, the vendor conversation keeps going from not just the vendors you use and the hardware you use, but then your service providers. Service providers like, I don't know what to call it, they're all guilty. Whether it be CDW or whether it be Fiber Services or Next Step, where they'll subcontract out, right? You contract with them and they subcontract out, and you have people in your network that you don't know. All these things, how do you manage all these vendors? And so much of that's gonna come down to your agreements, okay? And third-party management. And I think one of the biggest challenges with third-party management is that's a job you can't do alone. I don't think you're absent from it, I think you're very much integrated into part of it, right? But the question is if your districts, and you probably know where your district ranks, right? You're probably in here for a specific reason, that's probably one of them. And if your district's not where it needs to be, that means you're in a position to lead that conversation. What I think is really interesting back 7 and D4, which we're about to pull forward, is that we're gonna focus on what the law says, and then you get to decide, and this is the bigger conversation that's really tying up text right now, is there's what the law says, and then there's the environment, and the idea is are you gonna use this as an opportunity, or are we gonna do compliance, right? Because that's this pivotal moment, when Zach said 54, this isn't first privacy law that's out there. Everybody already forgot about the one that passed in 2015, right? The problem is whichever way you go, who's gonna do that work, right? So what I want you to do is take one of these and just pass it out. Same here. And so we're gonna kind of split this apart at first, so you don't have to. It's 12 pages. It is small.
Yeah, with this.
I can show you where it is online. I'll show you where it is online here in just a second.
It's no magnifier.
The hardest part about it is I wanted you to be able to have two screens, because here in a second you're going to need the act of, with the activity. But that's okay. If you, on the presentation, that is a hyperlink. Thank you. So if you want to pull it up on your computer, you can pull it up on your computer. Okay. It's not blue, but you can pull it up that way. And here's how we're gonna split this apart. That last row, whenever I talk about the right side, y'all are gonna be right. Okay? Everybody else is left. Okay? If you're on the right side, I want you to read through it. Okay? If you've read it before, read it again for me. You don't have to read it. I don't expect you to be lawyers. But what I want you to pay attention to and take note of, or at least highlight while you're reading it, I want you to know, mark the things that are district required. What is going to be, we're not doing, if it's not written, it doesn't count. I'm not talking about conversations on sysadmin. I'm not talking about ADA presentation. I'm not talking about what you heard in ASRC. I'm talking about what you read in print, okay? So, on the right, I want you to mark what is district required, and on the left, I want you to read through it. I want you to mark what is the vendor's responsibility. Your district responsibilities over here, vendor responsibilities over here. Yep. I got it.
I leave with Tim.
Okay, so we are what, vendor required?
Yeah, vendor responsibilities, vendor responsibilities. I got 3 more. They're marked in pen.
Anybody have any?
Maybe. I was. Sorry. This other one's 20 pages.
Will do. I'll send you your number right now.
It's not so bad. Like the first 3 pages are all definitions.
So we're good.
Yeah, like, so we said, what would be before this June 30th or after this June 30th? Yes. When does it all start over? Yeah, did I even decide? Yeah. Okay, so that, yeah, if you can respond, but, okay. Yeah, if you can respond back to me on that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Right?
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure the importance of Act 754 is being conveyed to the superintendent.
I cannot confirm that.
Or we're just gonna be like, hey, we have to do all this stuff, we do the other thing, like, no.
I confirm that. I mean, Act 754 is one of a long list of legislation that's impacting the state right now. There's about 4 laws that directly impact, you're gonna hear a lot about this in the next 3 days. 4 is a lot, it's more, as far as cybersecurity and privacy, this is the most cyber privacy legislation we've seen in a single session in a very long time. Have been in that long for longer, more than I've ever seen. It's included, but it's included in a wider list of things they're supposed to be required to do. In a few days now, till June 1, John. We treat it like it's June 1. I mean, so it's a conversation where we're trying to get you equipped for when that conversation's coming. It's coming. So,
I don't want to everybody, but if he, mine came back from the last week. Said that they covered all this, and he's the one that showed me the A4L, and he's like, here, you need to do this. So they scared the snot out of him, so.
I told ours it was coming, and you said, let me know when we can do it.
that, what?
Mine didn't go to that conference.
They're gonna ask, they may ask which one, what your recommendations are. That's what the form's gonna be all about.
Well, I actually told him that I was gonna read it all, and then I would read them and tell him what we can do, and he said, okay.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I'm just gonna, we're gonna stack that toolkit this morning. So you can decide what is best for you all.
Everybody's a few minutes on Monday.
tech people that drive it.
Well, it's okay. We're gonna try to create a cheat sheet out of the chaos. We're gonna crowdsource the group so that we all have a cheat sheet when we go back. Okay? So we're about.
And I asked him a couple questions. Open to it, I said, I don't know. I said, no.
yeah, I'm wondering if something's going on, but you know, they gotta get it on there. But they know it. They have to be-
It's with the number. But they knew my property, on Dogwood Drive. And he wanted to know if I wanted to sell it. And then I said no, and then he wanted to know if I had any other property, I do.
See, that's when you say yes, you start playing along with them, you know?
That's
You like that guy, you know, something deep that like answered that guy's email, spam email, have you seen that video?
Yeah, where the next thing you know, it turns into this full launcher.
I love it when Microsoft calls me. That's something I've learned, especially on my phone.
Well, we had kindergarten registration and we had a Hispanic group of people that were calling other Hispanic families with school-age kids pretending to be me to try and get their information for them registering for kindergarten. I called every one of those numbers and told them who I was and that I reported the number to the FBI and it stopped that day. And I did actually report that number to the FBI.
Alright, so here's what we're gonna do, which is gonna be one of the most useful documents anybody's gonna have in the report shop. Alright? This goes to the same document. Turns out it's gonna pull up a Google spreadsheet. Everybody's got edit access to it. So you can really mess things up. Okay? I can clean it up later, okay? But, well, what I want you to do is if you're on the district side, there's a tab that says district down at the bottom, okay? And your goal is to put in, make one contribution. There's 20 of y'all almost, okay? That's one contribution. I just need one contribution of what is required for the districts to do. If it's been exhausted and you can't find anything, that's fine, don't make something up, okay? But if it's not written, it doesn't count, right? So make sure that you can find it and put in one thing. Same thing over here for vendor responsibilities. Okay, y'all are on the second tab, at the bottom. I just need you all to make one contribution. Try to. What is one of the vendor responsibilities under this new act, and put it in one of those lots? Easy ones are gonna go first. It's really good. Really enjoying it. What, from what you read, we'll talk about some of the key things that you found. What's not in here that's pretty common with this type of legislation? There are some district responsibilities, but what happens if the district doesn't do them? I'm not saying, I'm not saying,
Alright, we're done.
I'm not saying not to do them at all. I've always been a proponent of privacy. I think when this conversation comes up, it gets really big, really fast, and it does this, and then you gotta find out where you are. The only reason why I even bring that up is because I just want you to keep the conversation in perspective with all the things you have to do. There's some things in there that are really good. They're good things for the K-12 community. If you were talking to anybody, even you're like, these sound smart to do. But I think one of the biggest things whenever you implement something new, are you gonna get it perfect the first time? Probably not. Are we lawyers in here? We are not. Is there something in here that we may have missed? Probably, okay? But as K-12 educators, our jobs are to try to make informed decisions, make the best decision we can for our kids as possible, and if we fall down, we're just gonna pick back up and try again, okay? And that's one of the things, like when we go through this, there's not a whole, here it's just about getting better. Should we be doing more to keep our K-12 vendors responsible? Yes, okay? Should the business office be a part of this conversation? Absolutely. Okay, but when we talk about some of these things, you just gotta keep that in perspective of, okay, if I don't get this right, like, there's some things that just prioritize it. If you don't get it right, you're just gonna try again, okay? There's not a pending lawsuit, but there's some of the key pieces in here. And what's funny, and we'll talk about the vendor responsibilities. The way you hold vendors responsible, okay, is you have a good agreement. This is your number one control with vendors, okay? Because if they're not in compliance, you can go back and you can say, and you can enforce what was written, okay? Or, if you are ever called out, if your district's ever called out for a lawsuit, what are they gonna look for? They'll look for the agreement. Like, it's all gonna come down to this piece of paper at some point in time, your statement of work and your data sharing agreement. So making sure that you're agreeing, so that's like, this is your vendor accountability. It gives you rights to audit. I've never seen anybody do that. Usually they walk away. What I do like about the law is it gives you the authority to walk away, okay? And you do not have to pay. If they are known for a breach, it even says something there about subcontractors, if you caught that. So some of the key pieces, and that's where it's like, when you take the conversation back, there's two conversations. It is first, how's the district gonna handle our new responsibilities? The responsibilities of the districts, to me, are pretty straightforward. You have to be in agreement with good vendors, with secure vendors. And we'll talk about how to do that in just a little bit. You gotta keep a list. That's kind of a pain. You gotta keep contracts. Probably already have a list of contracts. Honestly, if you ask your bookkeeper to give me a list of vendors, they could probably pull something out of each school that you could work from. Okay. You have a responsibility to investigate if there's a breach, but you probably would have done that anyways, wouldn't you? Right? I mean, when you look at it, is there really anything in here other than the list on demand, which you would have done on FOI request anyways, you know, it really just putting it in my opinion, in writing, but it's also, how do we keep those vendors responsible? The idea around can't use it for targeted advertising, these are all things that existed in a pre-existing law. If you haven't seen, like, if you hadn't looked through these, this is a really good summary of what this law entails. And if you were to go back, those 10 bullet points or 20 bullet points are gonna make you sound like a genius. And I appreciate those y'all who referenced it, so what was lined up. Do you have any, do you have any general questions about, what you got, Paul?
Page 5, line 32, seems like it's gonna get real messy if you get angry parents involved. Or if you have parents who work for specific vendors and would like for you to use their software instead of someone else's.
Yeah, so, I can't predict the future, but I can watch what's going on around us. The schools, I think one of the big conversations in the schools that it's gonna impact the most when it comes to privacy law are the ones that are in Northwest Arkansas and Central Arkansas, just because those are where the companies are. The companies that mistrust the own organizations that they work for, or the policies that they have in place at a corporate level. It's generally where these conversations start, which is kind of different as far as who's actually going to exercise the rights. There's generally more lawyers in those areas. Not to say that this couldn't impact everyone. I think one of the big things here was they do talk about service providers and on-demand device providers. I can't say that it's not going to get messy as far as how many complaints are you actually going to get or receive. I think even with the on-demand provider, unless I'm reading it wrong, Paul, I didn't see, what makes you think that that's going to cause more of an issue than a service contract provider? Like, because you're working with the U of A or something for research, or?
Just, I think if, you've got some angry parents who decide a particular piece of software is not what my, golden child needs to be using, then they're gonna start poking holes in the agreement to figure out how to get it thrown out of what you've got.
Yeah, it does, I do think that it could cause some headache at the district level, absolutely.
Or if
they choose to exercise it, but it goes before the committee and LEA decides whether or not to.
It even says on the, down further on page 9, that, the public education entity is not required to consider termination of contract if the school service contract provider terminates, oh no, I'm sorry. There was a section in there where it actually said that basically the school doesn't have to, if evidence is provided, I didn't think it said it didn't have to, terminate the contract.
I think if I was gonna add another tab here, if we were gonna do this again, I'm not gonna ask you to do that. I think I would add one for parents' rights. I think how I read that, I see it as it gives parents the rights to file a complaint.
Sure.
If they're aware of something that they're not aware of. And I can see parents exercising that. I think what's interesting here is they're trying, the way that they use the language, they're trying to make sure that they specify the difference between them, or make sure they include not just vendor partnerships, but anybody that you're sharing PII with, private data with. They're trying to say that that's going to be included, and if the parent has evidence that those things are going on or something like that. That's one of those hard ones to predict, but I can see it, Paul, people exercising that one. So we're gonna kind of loop back to some other agreements. If you've got a lady coming on, she's with a group called State Ramp, and this whole conversation kind of ties into how this would all fit. I'm gonna let her kind of introduce what State Ramp is. Rebecca, can you hear me?
Hello, I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I got you. Now can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So Rebecca, we got a room full of, it says 28, but it looks more like 30, of our CTOs in the district. And they haven't heard anything about state ramp. They have no clue, so we're starting at zero.
Okay.
We just got familiar with that Act 7054 that I shared with you later. So
Yes, sir.
you're free to talk about it and where state ramp would fit into that. But the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you. Is it safe to talk about 504 and the other associated
Oh
acts?
yeah, you can talk about whatever you want. This is a safe place. There's about the only 30 people in this hotel, people sitting in this room. And
Awesome. Awesome. All right. So, hi everybody. Oh, can you turn me around? That'll be easier.
I can try. I can try.
It's weird.
I know it's weird looking at
You got a better podium. Maybe you
I
could
got a
sit.
great
Yeah, you go down, there we go.
Oh, there's everybody.
There's everybody.
Hello. So I'm in
There we go. That's pretty
Indiana,
good.
missing Arkansas and the warmth that was there.
Where are you from again?
Do what?
Where are you from?
I live in Beebe. I grew up in Cabot. I'm a resident of Florida and I work for a company out of Indiana. Good times. But I'm in Arkansas a little less than 6 months a year. And my family and everybody I know is in Arkansas, so just Florida doesn't have state income tax. So I live there 6 months in a day, out of the year. So this company I work for in Indiana is called State Ramp, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about it and how it might help with this act and another act that's on its way. And so I want this to be a conversation. I've said all this many times before, so if you have a question, feel free to blurt it out. If you're like me and you don't want to just interrupt, you can raise your hand or something. I think I can see everybody, but really interrupt me if you have questions. This is a conversation for you. So hopefully we can help you a little bit as you've just heard about this act, 754 I think it is, and I think that we can really help. So I'm gonna hide behind a PowerPoint for the vast majority of this, and that's why raising your hand might not work as well, so just interrupt me please if you have questions. So I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully this will work. Can everybody see the slide? Perfect.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, it doesn't want to advance, so there we go. So first thing about State Ramp is we are a 501c nonprofit membership organization out of Indiana. So we are not a typical vendor, that sort of thing. We are nonprofit. We were established actually by a couple of folks. One major player in the establishment of this was the CIO of Arizona. He's still the CIO of the state of Arizona. And J.R. Sloan was talking to a group of people, including private company vendors, about how he had set up an AS-RAMP program. Everybody in here familiar with FedRAMP? Anybody? So RAMP stands for Risk and Authorization Management Program, so we're just going to start with the acronyms right off the top. So the federal government has a RAMP program that it uses for the federal agencies, FedRAMP. And they basically do assessments and testing to ensure that all third parties who deal with the federal government or federal agencies in any way have this FedRAMP authorization, and they're following the NIST controls. 853 for the cloud pieces. So most of what we're dealing with third-party vendors is very rare now for anybody to not be using the cloud, or even in downstream vendors using the cloud. And that's where a lot of breaches are coming in. That's where a lot of incidents and bad actors are getting into our system. It's not our system, it's third-party vendors we're dealing with. And it's difficult to check them. So In Arizona, they decided they needed this rank program, they needed to check against these national standards like the federal government does, and most states have adopted the NIST 853 standards. Arkansas has to say, hey, those are the standards we really want you to meet, and in most of our policies it says, hey, you have to meet these NIST standards. But the way we check is to ask them, do you meet these NIST standards? And in the process of hoping to get multi-million-dollar contracts, their answer is, yes, we do. But nobody's checking. And the reason we're not checking is because we don't have the manpower to check. So in Arizona, they said, we're gonna dedicate resources to this. We're going to establish an ASREC program and we're gonna check. And so they hired the resources, what they thought they needed, and they did assessments on the vast majority of their vendors as they came into the system. What they were unable to do was continually check throughout the duration of a contract, which was their plan. We're gonna assess all these, we're gonna assess, I think they assessed like 385 new vendors, new products coming into their system, and they were unable to get them continuously monitored or rechecked throughout the duration of the project. Well, we know a lot of our contracts last, 7 years, in reality probably more like 10 years, sometimes past their life cycle, so it's a real difficult thing to do. So Arizona was talking to these other folks, they were basically at their conference just having a, you know how you get around the water cooler and have those conversations, and they said, we really need something, FedRAMP doesn't work for us, it's not designed for us, what we really need is something like a state ramp for states, and state ramp was born. So the idea behind it was that instead of putting it all on one state or one organization, that we come together as a group and we utilize something like a state ramp, a nonprofit, that does all these checks for us at the beginning of our engagement with a partner, and then throughout the lifetime of our contract, because we don't have the resources to do that ourselves. Now at the time they were thinking about states. So the name of state ramp is a little bit of a misnomer. It's for any state and local government that wants to use it, so including K-12. And we also, we entertain private higher ed institutions. So basically, we do the checks and balances for you at the beginning of your partnership and throughout the lifetime of the contract. Because we're a nonprofit, we don't charge governments. So there's no cost to you to use this service. Right? Now the vendors, they do pay per product for the assessments that they're getting, right? Because we have to come out even, and they pay a membership fee, and that's the piece that's the membership piece. Governments don't pay a membership fee at all, but the vendors do. Right now it's $500 a year for every organization that wants to be a part of, and that's how I get paid. And I love this, but I also like to get paid, so membership dues help us pay our staff and that sort of thing. Questions about the idea of state ramp? And your procurement departments will probably still have questions, but we don't charge fee.
So in practice, what are we talking about? How if I was going out with entertaining a contract with a new provider, what does that look like for dealing with you guys?
So, well, it depends a little bit, but what we recommend that you do, because we're flexible, right? We can do whatever you want to do. What we recommend you do is ask them if they have a state ramp certification. If they don't, then we have something called a snapshot, which is a gap analysis, the most critical controls of the NIST family. And we do it's more than self-assessment. We ask them for documentation and artifacts that show that they've done these things, but it's also not a full assessment. They can get that in a few weeks so that you know sort of what kind of risk you're entering into this partner with. And then we suggest that you do, once they get a contract and partner with you, that they have to do progressing snapshot, which is a program where they get consulting from our folks monthly, and they work toward becoming state ramp ready or authorized ultimately. so that they're improving their cybersecurity throughout the time they're working with you. Most of your vendors probably not going to be state ramp ready or authorized at this point. We've only been around for a couple of years. I think we have 70 or so products that are authorized, fully authorized, and several hundred that are on their way. If they've never done NIST controls and never done an assessment like this, it can take them a couple years, especially if they're a smaller company and they don't have the policies in place and things like that. So we recommend that you give them time to get there. If they're the best solution and their risk score from that gap analysis is good enough, that we then can help them walk through getting better and better until they meet all the controls and are ultimately authorized. And I'll explain that in a little bit more detail, but does that answer your general question?
Yeah.
So the idea is that we have lots of states and locals, not as many K-12 yet, who are starting to require their third-party vendors to become state ramp authorized. And so hopefully there'll be a lot of products that are already state ramp authorized and you won't have to worry about it, you'll know. But again, we don't have that many K-12 signed up yet, so probably a lot of the products that you're gonna send through or want to be reviewed and assessed don't have state ramp authorization yet. But as more and more K-12s come on, you'll have unique projects to K-12 or to Arkansas, to your organization, but for the most part, a vast majority of the vendors you guys use, a lot of different governments are using as well, a lot of different K-12s, so as you get them on, they stay on. And what happens with them too is they're not tied to your contract. They're state ramp ready or authorized, they're meeting those NIST controls, whether they're currently doing business with you or not. So when you go to initiate a contract, if they're already on the list, you just use the work somebody else has done because you know that they're good and that they're meeting those controls. And we have a portal you can sign up for once you become a member with us, which is signing a piece of paper saying, here's your responsibilities, here are ours. Once you become a member, you can log in and look at their monthly reports and see their vulnerability scans, see what they're doing, if there's been a significant change, if there's any incident going on, you can see that in the portal at any time.
Hey, so Rebecca, can I ask you a couple questions?
Absolutely.
So, just for clarification, so APRAM is an organization that vets vendors for security as part of procurement. Is that a pretty good synopsis?
Pretty good, yes. So, procurement, honestly, and I come from 18 years of state and local procurement, a lot of it in Arkansas. And then I ran to DC and Virginia Beach and didn't like it as much, came back to Arkansas. But, it helps the procurement folks because honestly, for the most part, the procurement folks don't know anything about IT. We're just taking your word for it, right? You tell us what you need, we try to get it. It takes some of the pressure and time off of procurement to try to figure out how to get those specifications that you send over to be not limiting competition, etc. And so this does that. But ultimately, the continuous monitoring, checking on them, making sure that they are staying secure, that's generally on IT.
That was
Because procurement.
That's gonna be the next question. So
Yeah.
once so there's a vendor that the district is considering. They decided the state ramp is going to be part of their procurement process. And when it comes to deciding, so what district are you in? Jonesboro. So let's say I'm the Jonesboro School District, and the CFO comes to me and says, hey, we're looking at this vendor. Then our tech would essentially say, we'll reach out to state ramp and say, hey, this is a vendor that we're looking out for. You all would check to see if they were in compliance with NIST, but also in compliance with state law, correct? Act 754,
Yes.
Act 504. And
Yes.
you would verify and you would monitor the work that we're not, I don't think any of us are actually monitoring. But y'all would do that on behalf of the district to give them some assurance that they're in compliance with these two laws when they get into the contract, right? So you're doing that process
Yes.
for them.
We're doing that process for you. So, the idea that you have to, and I felt like this act was a little open-ended, you have to protect that data. Well, we're using the NIST 853 controls, which are the same controls that the federal government is using. Also, the state through Act 504, and I forget the associated one, Chris, Raymond, but the associated law with that really impacts K-12 as well. The state is saying state rep is a good way to protect, that's what we're looking for, that's what we want you to do. So right now in June, right, you're gonna need to make sure that everything is secure, but then in October, and correct me if I'm wrong, Raymond, but in October, the other law comes into effect and says basically for you the same thing. So you would be protected just by using state rep, yes. And so you can call us and we'll check, or we have a list, and I'll show you the list and the link to it, and you guys can have this presentation if you want it as well. It's actually, there's a list right now on our website that's free. You can get to it without being a member, that shows all the products that are going through the system or have gone through the system, so that you can see which products are out there and which products aren't. Any more questions for me at this point?
I think so.
So basically, we're taking the requirements of 754 and 504 and saying, we got you, and it's free to you.
You're saying the requirements, but you're saying that because NIST is gonna be inclusive of all the requirements in this act, but that may not be entirely accurate. There may be some specific ones in this act that aren't required in NIST. Are you actually looking at this act, or are you saying NIST covers it?
We cover NIST because NIST is the national standard, and because we're doing this sort of verify once, serve many sort of piece, we don't alter what we check for state or for a particular K-12, right? Because we're trying to keep it as a standard. So if there are particular things, particularly with your system, your systems, we won't cover that. But for the third party risk piece, you should be covered by NIST.
Okay.
And as far as the state's concerned, you're sort of covered by NIST. So as far as the third party risk, we're your best friend. The other risk, I'm not even your best friend, I don't even know you kind of thing. Right? We do not change for anyone. So, yeah. So I'll walk right past you in the street if it's not third party risk. So I don't solve all your problems, but I do solve the third party risk problems.
How do you compare to like a private company like Education Frameworks? How would you compare yourselves to them?
I'm not that familiar with Education Frameworks. What we know about a lot of, well, first, we're free. So that's handy. And a nonprofit. So that's sort of helpful politically. But second, we have the products that are coming through our system, we don't just take their word for it. We don't just let them send in some stuff and say, yeah, you're good. We actually have them hire a third-party assessor. We use the same assessors that the federal government has blessed and are certified to do assessments. So they're assessment companies you can trust. And they actually go to those products and do assessments and put together a security package that is then given to our program management office or PMO. And they go through that package line by line and check to make sure that those assessors did their job and that all the vulnerabilities are closed and that everything is good to go. Once we do that, because we're a nonprofit, we want government to have the final word. So our PMO office signs off on the package that says we recommend this person for authorized, or when they're at that point. If they're not at that point, we just keep sending it back and forth. Once we've made that recommendation, either you as a government entity or any government entity can sponsor a product and have the final review yourself. Which case, once you say yes, we accept the recommendation, or you have questions, go back and forth with the vendor, they become authorized. If you don't wanna do that, don't have time, or they're not a product yet and they wanna be authorized, if they aren't dealing with you, we have a security, council that is made up of government members. We have 5 government members. I think we have 1 county, 1 higher ed, and 3 states right now on that council, and they review the packages. So you can either do a government sponsor, you can sponsor them, or they can just go to this approvals committee, made up of governments, and they scrutinize these pretty well. I mean, there are a lot of questions that go back and forth on these sometimes if something is out of the ordinary. And once they sign off, then they become ready or authorized. So there's no product on our list that wasn't that their final review was not government. And we have, we're a nonprofit, so our board is state rep, so we have boards and committees and all that, and they're available on the website. I can show you where to see who all is involved. But we have government and private entity members, but on all our committees except for a couple which are specific to the vendor, there has to be a majority of government members. So we don't want to set up something that vendors can't do, right? So we need their input, but ultimately the vast majority of our committees are made up of government members. The idea being that with a private company, when you ask them to review, there could be a conflict of interest there, right? There could be, well, I'm giving you money, assess me, right? Make me good. We try to do our best to make sure that that is not the case, that governments are the ones sort of running the show with vendor input. And we're free. Sure, I mentioned that, but we're free. So basically the questions that we're trying to answer is, if you have a cloud solution or somebody's delivering a service and using a cloud solution, how do you make sure it's good on the front end, right, before you get into a partnership with them? Second, how do you ensure, right, that this data that that they have access to or that they put into these systems is contained and they're following the rules throughout the duration of the contract? I don't have to tell you technology changes every day. I don't have to tell you how many acquisitions and mergers we're having with technology these days. So, or upgrades, or a new part, or somebody bought something that didn't touch your network and then decided to use a part of it that does touch your network, and surprise, we're messing with your stuff all of a sudden. So, the idea behind this is assess them in the beginning and then keep up with them throughout. So the continuous monitoring never stops, and annually they have to do a new assessment. Did I hear a question?
Y'all are assessing this and they're actually stated policy as well?
We are assessing NIST. So they have to meet the NIST controls, with the exception of a few. There are a couple of FIPS controls in there that are really for the federal government, and they don't really bring a lot of value to state, and they're exceptionally expensive for the vendors to meet. I can show you a link or send you a link to our templates and resources page, which actually gives you all the baseline controls that
You're not looking at their policies, you're only looking at whether they're doing this or not. Okay.
Well, we are looking at their policies so far as NIST requires them to have a policy, like for training, and then that they actually do the training, but we're not looking like a SOC 2 where they come in and take their policies and then compare that to, no, we're not. Like I said, I'm gonna skip this one I'm gonna go through this pretty quickly, but the idea is that it's coming through one program management office, so the same or similar eyes are seeing it every time, so it's not hit or miss, right? The same group is looking at this. And that, for the most part, because we just don't have the resources, and even if you had the positions, could you find the staff to fill them? our research shows you couldn't. And so what we do, and I know that's what my jurisdictions always did, we gave them an Excel spreadsheet of all the controls they're supposed to hit, and they said yes they do or no they don't. Well, if I know the answer is supposed to be yes, and I want your contract, and I know nobody's checking, right? And sometimes it's not malicious. We get people who think that they are NIST compliant and they are not. Because they don't know enough to recognize that they're not NIST compliant. Again, we're using NIST, mostly 853, there's a little bit of 800, 161 in there. We're transitioning to Rev 5. So revision 5 is out. We were gonna transition this summer, we're ready to transition. We're trying to stay in line with the federal government and FedRAM's transition from revision 4 to revision 5. And they're surprised taking a little longer, than we expected and that they put out. But the reason we're trying to track with that is because a lot of our programs and products that come through state rep also have FedRAMP already, and we want to make it as easy and seamless a transition as possible. But we are transitioning to revision 5 in January of 24, no matter what. It has some more privacy stuff in it that was pretty good for what needs to be done, and we want to stay current. So we will move, whether the feds move or not, in January to revision 5, and we're already letting those that are in the process just go for revision 5. We are trying to map
But you never
to the federal requirements. We probably don't deal with criminal justice and those sorts of things so much, but we're trying to map to those federal requirements. We're working with the federal government. They've been great partners to get those maps out. I don't expect them super soon, but we are starting with CGIS because that's the most requested one we get. But we intend to work sort of through them all. So basically, and I explained this a little bit, if a company has never engaged with state rep before, we highly recommend that they get what's called a snapshot, and we highly recommend that you ask for a snapshot when you're bringing on vendors if they've never engaged with state rep before. It basically is a gap analysis that tells you how close or far they are from NIST compliance. They get a score. It's out of 100. They took the most critical controls and the MITRE scores from the feds and said, okay, how do we align this? And so the vendors can get this for their products within a few weeks. So if you're trying to do business with somebody, whether you're going through a full procurement process, ask for it on the proposal. If you're using a cooperative or something like that, just asking for a copy. They can get it. It is a point in time though, piece, right? There's no continuous monitoring with this piece, but you can get a sense before you enter into a partnership with somebody where they're at. It's also very easy for the vendors to get this snapshot. It's very quick and it's very inexpensive. So we tier our assessments by the size of the company. So the most expensive tier for a snapshot is $1,500. We tell them it's good for a year, right? Our recommendation to governments is that it's good for a year, so that you can see where they're really at. We also have state rep, what we call security snapshot progressing. Once you enter into a contract with them, we recommend that you ask them to sign up for the progressing snapshot, because if they're not state rep ready or authorized, and they're getting a snapshot score, let's say they made a 60. Well, they're pretty good, but we want them to get better, right? Because our mission in state rep is to improve the cybersecurity of our governments with reference to third-party risk. Just improve it, right? Make it better. Educate, make it better. So if they're at a 60%, we want them to ultimately be ready or authorized, but clearly they're not there yet. So they sign up for progressing. They get consulting, free monthly consulting from our pre and low office of how to improve their stance, what they should be doing, what they should be working on. You get every quarter a new report in our secure portal that says how they're doing. So you can't just sign the agreement agreement say we swear we'll do it and then do nothing, and 2 years later you're checking on them and they haven't done anything. They're providing quarterly updates of where they're at, and every time they get a quarterly update, they get a new snapshot, so you can see their new score, and you can see that they're moving toward becoming more cyber secure. Once they've reached all the criteria in the security snapshot, they're at 100, then they're consulted on how to move forward to get their ready review and ultimately their authorization review. Questions about snapshot? It's really an entry point for those products that haven't ever engaged state ramp or FedRAMP before. When I came to state ramp about a year and a half ago, this didn't exist. We were telling governments either have them ready or authorized. Well, that's a problem, because you can't do that because the vast majority of products aren't state ramp. You can't just go get it quickly unless they're already FedRAMP. FedRAMP's really expensive, there's a lot of hoops to jump through, and you can't see continuous monitoring of FedRAMP, so not super helpful. So we created this program to help get those products that maybe haven't done an assessment of any kind before, ultimately to ready and authorized. Make sense? Those are all the options: progressing snapshot, then ready, then authorized. Not going to spend too much time on these. Ready is an assessment of those most critical controls. Authorized is all the controls. So ultimately we want them to be authorized. And we mimicked ready and authorized from the FedRAMP program because it's a great program. It's just parts of it that didn't work for us. What we ultimately prefer you do is create some sort of standard or policy that says our vendors have to go through this. The joy for me, I don't know how much of a joy it is for you, is that the state has passed a code that says you have standards now. And the state has ultimately said that state ramp's going to meet those needs. State ramp is going to do those. I don't know exactly what the standards are gonna say, but I do know that we've been in talks with Raymond and his leadership, and state ramp will meet those requirements. I don't know if the standards will say state ramp or if they will say state ramp or equivalent. I would challenge you to find an equivalent, mostly because of the continuous monitoring piece. And again, I may not have mentioned it, we're free to you, so you don't have to come up with a budget. When you get to ready and authorized, you have the independent annual audits, you have the continuous monitoring, you have all those pieces. We have a secure portal that once you become a member, you can assign whoever you want to have access to that portal to see those. Our PMO does take all those artifacts and create an executive summary monthly so that you can see what's going on if there is an incident. If there is a vulnerability that they haven't solved in the time frame that we agreed to, if there has been an incident of some sort, if they have a significant change, let's say there's a merger or they roll out a major upgrade, we review those, and if they need to do another assessment, we make them. If it's something that's going wrong, we will send the people on our list who have access to that portal an email that says, hey, something's going wrong on one of your products. You need to know about it, log in. And then once you log in, there'll be a direction to tell you where to go and which product to look at if something is going on. So let's say you can't look at the 1,000 products that you have, because I can't imagine in K-12 that every teacher out there doesn't have some software they like special. So if you have 1,000 products, you're probably not looking at those monthly reports even on all 1,000 products. So if something is wrong, we'll proactively tag you. Say, hey, something's wrong, you need to go look. And I jumped ahead a little bit, so this is the continuous monitoring slide. Basically, once they go through their ready and authorized review, they get continuous monitoring. We don't call the snapshot progressing continuous monitoring because it's only every quarter. reports and that sort of thing that they have to do for ready and authorized. So we didn't wanna call it continuous monitoring because it's not quite to the standard yet that we'll get to with ready and authorized. This is that authorized product list I was telling you about. So if you go out to our authorized product list, it will give you a lot of products. And these are products, not vendors, because different products have different boundaries, right? So you'll see Microsoft on there several times and Oracle on there different times because they have different products with different security boundaries. But it will show you the authorized products, it will show you the ready products. There is a key at the bottom. If it says pending, that means they're in the final phases of their review and they have engaged a third-party vendor, but they haven't come through PMO yet. But our governments wanted to know who was really engaged and nearing the end of completion so they could, get started with them knowing that they were on their way. And then there's progressing, which means they're on the progressive snapshot. But there is a key at the bottom. So watch and make sure that you're looking at what level they're at. But that list is available to you now. Just can't get into the continuous monitoring and that sort of stuff, but you can see the list at any point. Questions for me about state ramp, or do you want me to go a little deeper on how it works, or are you generally sort of good? Okay. Of course, thank you. So generally when I'm talking to a state, I want them to know the difference between some of the reports they're asking for and state ramp or NIST. And so I'm gonna go ahead and go through that with you guys. If you don't want it, just tell me you don't want it, but,
Would it be okay if, I think they're probably interested to have some discussion on the
of course,
topic.
yes.
So, would it be okay if I show them around the website a little bit and let them?
Yes,
I don't know if
yes,
you're gonna speak
absolutely.
freely while you're on the call, but I think being introduced to the resource and what it is and what it could provide the district, which is one of the goals I was trying to establish, I think we accomplished that, don't y'all feel that way?
Excellent, excellent. And the only thing I would say at this point is if you have questions, more detailed questions, I'm always available. I'm assigned to your region. My heart is in Arkansas. Until Thanksgiving, and again then in May, I can come see you. Between then, not so much. But if you have questions, if you want to get started, if you want to do this, just email me anytime, Rebecca@stateramp.org.
I'll be sure to share contact info, Rebecca.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for the time. I expect you'll have more questions after this, but yeah, we're here to help. We're excited to get into Arkansas and help with the process. And anything I can do, any question I can ask or I can answer, I'll ask you too. But anything I can answer, just let me know. Thanks, Chris.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
That's the key, right?
That was because I was around 0%. That was a little dry. But,
Are you off my meeting?
I can tell by y'all's faces that it already went on about 15 minutes longer than what it needed to. That's okay.
It wasn't that it went on so much, it's just I really still don't have a clear understanding of how that truly helps us.
It's free.
Oh,
Oh, that's how.
It's
free.
So well, did y'all happen to go to the website while y'all were watching us talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So, this,
on the list.
so, I was gonna frame this. I'm gonna give you, there's about 3 or 4 of these other conversations that we're gonna have. And right now, they're gonna be kind of segmented. I'm just really trying to get your toolkit built up. Here's, state ramp is something, and it makes sense for government. We have similar issues. If you've been to the website, there aren't a whole lot of companies on there. Right? The reality that, gonna go through the state grant process and pay, for some of the companies that it's gonna be kind of slim. However, I think it's important to know this, is whether or not you're just being introduced to state grant is, even though she kept saying she's nonprofit, it is one of those moving targets that is growing, and the feds are pushing, and it's slowly becoming bigger and bigger. FedRAMP is the standard process for federal vendors at our level. Absolutely, they have to be FedRAMP certified in order to do business at the federal level, period, at the DOE. State ramp is one of those discussions that's growing and growing and growing. So whether or not it is a good fit today, it's an idea of, if it's brought up to you in the future and we talk more about what it is, just know that it's there. I think the flip side of this is, from a district perspective, if I was trying to decide, one of the requirements in Act 754 is making sure that you're contracting with vendors that are, have evidence that they are protecting information. We're gonna talk about all these other controls, but if I discover that they're already on the list with state ramp, does that, you know what I mean?
Does that supersede A4L, or does it,
I think that's
integrate with that?
I think that's a district. That's the conversation. Is when we start stacking these things up, you all are going to have to decide: are we going to have a single process? What is going to be? Are we going to accept multiple versions? Are we going to, you know what I mean?
But that's what I was asking, because I've already started putting quite a few programs into A4L, and you know. Is there a way to say, okay, I've got this state grant certification rather than the ARA and EPA and the Exhibit E?
Yeah. If you decide, there's a way, and we'll do that right after break. We'll get into the system. You can add agreements you can use A4L as a management place, and not necessarily a management place for all of these kinds of contracts, and not just the A4L contracts. So if you decide, okay, they're state ramp certified, they're being this approved, if someone was to ever question me as a district as to whether or not that would hold up, does that make sense? It would hold up. And are you really gonna ask a district, I don't think they would care, but are you gonna ask a company to also go get this certification if they've already had a state ramp certification? And if that list gets big enough, at some point, maybe it makes sense to switch over to the state ramp process versus, because once, it's hard to know what's gonna happen at the national level, but once they're certified, just like when they're one roster certified, right? Once they've done the work to get certified, it passes across nationally. So they don't have to get certified just for Arkansas. Once they get state ramp certified, they can be, anybody who has that as part of their procurement process means they're eligible. And you're seeing that.
So can we just piggyback off of whatever state ramp has without us having to enter into a personal agreement with our district and state ramp, or this say IXL or whatever product?
I think it's a really good question. And that would be one I would need to ask Rebecca. Because from their point of view, you don't have to partner with them for anything.
Right.
Once they're certified, that's kind of one of those notifications. Do you recognize their certification as this district as a standard for meeting the requirements for being a secure? I would suggest it's going to be that at the state level.
Well, and with A4L, you can look at all the contracts that your district has without logging in. Does state rep have something like that, or is it strictly, okay, these are contracts, we're not dealing with individual entities?
Well, their audits are to be public. You can show what it takes to be, in the law, you still are gonna have a contract, or say that you can call these things, you already have a statement of work, right? Then you're gonna have to make available if they were, you can show them their industry standards, if they have questions, I believe, this is more Rebecca, because I don't know any districts actually use them, but if you had specific requirements, or you were to ask them for a list of things or a copy of the assessment or something like that, I think it would provide it to you in the package, or
it sounds like as far as
They make money.
documentation process though, A4L helps us a lot more with 754 than.
Yes.
But does A4L provide the continue, cause, and this is my, and this is a lack of knowledge.
No,
but
these are the questions that everybody has.
But we're talking about A4L, it keeps the contracts and everything, but does it provide the, I mean, one of her big things was it provides continuous monitoring, so
That's on you. Like,
Yeah, and
A4L's an agreement.
A4L has a contract and the contract has an expiration date.
Yes.
So,
But there isn't, even with that, there isn't necessarily any checking in the process to make sure there's continually doing this.
That's that's the responsibility of the district, that's correct. And that's where, you know what I mean? Again, I wanna drive you nuts before it's the end of the day, because, but I'd rather you make an informed decision than a non-informed decision. Alright. I'm not gonna, I think I tapped you out with that first thing. So I'm gonna hand this out, but I don't want you to groan, okay? I just want you to have a copy of it, okay? You can groan if you want, but I still want you to have a copy of it.
Right, two things.
Yeah, what you got?
One is, are you aware of any competing organizations like State Rep that are doing the same thing? Hey, we're competing. And the parallel that I draw there is Clever ClassLink. When, like, 8 years ago, when we looked at Clever ClassLink, ClassLink said, hey, I got all these vendors that we can single sign on for you, right? And then we were just paying them for data, but they were charging the vendors. Same as State Rep. They're charging the vendors. That's where they're making their money, right?
Correct.
ClassLink, Clever, same thing. I can do it for free if I want the data. You know, but Clever is, yeah, but Clever is they're charging. That's what State Rep is. Nonprofit. You see other organizations doing that. And then follow up to that is, in my opinion, do you see this paralleling E-rate consultants? I'm just gonna pay a consultant, I'm gonna pay my E-rate consultant that is now my security consultant that handles all my contracts, and I give them the vendor, they go out and vet it, and all I'm doing is paying them. That's all I see this as, because there's how many districts, 200 and whatever districts, and we're not all doing it ourselves, 70. And I'd pay someone today, I'd pay my vendor today, just be like, here's $5 grand, take care of it.
I think that's one of the, so what you're striking at is I think is a really very real conversation that's going to happen before June 1st. Because what you're being asked to do is, I think in our report last month, someone said this is a whole other job.
Yes.
Okay, period. And people are gonna start looking for solutions. There are State Ramp, just like Clever ClassLink, there are private companies that do this as a service across the board. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I've not been able to get like a really good fidelity on what the scope of applications that we're supposed to include on this is. Like, is it every app that we share data with, or is it every app that we pay for an agreement with? Like, what is the scope that we're trying to manage here? Because if it's every app that I'm using Google as an SSO for, that's like 2,600 applications, which if you multiply that by these 20 pieces of paper, that's 50,000. So,
yeah, so like a teacher, wants to look at or something open, and like the admin's like, yeah, that's good with me, but we don't have like some kind of super security agreement with them. Do I open it? We're not contracted with them.
sorry, Ray, I didn't mean to open a can of worms.
I think this is a great conversation for break. It breaks up some of the monotony of just getting to the weeds. I mean, this is where the conversation goes tight and then it goes big and it goes. As I read the law, it says contract, service contract, district service contract providers. I think that would include any school level agreement as well. But if it's not a written contract, I don't feel that Act 754 applies.
Like, if I pay somebody to give me this service, but we don't have to sit there and line things out, then it's okay, but if we actually sit there.
If you got a vendor that's getting PII, you should have an agreement.
Yeah, that's the flip side of this, okay? So, there's what the law says, and then there's practice, okay? If there is PII, leaving your district, there really should be an agreement in place. And there likely should be a policy at the local level, which may or may not exist, that prohibits schools or staff or administrators from engaging in this kind of activity. But that doesn't, that's easy for me to say at the Capitol.
Right.
It's really easy for me to say at the Capitol. Okay. But the age-old question of, do we include apps? Who's vetting these apps and who's gonna approve all these apps? Should they? No. How do we stop it? You start, that's where policy comes into play. You can't enforce policy without administrative support. I mean, and then how tight do you want to go? And I'm not saying to go from 0 to 100, but I think we all can see that the environment and the conversations we're getting back, and do not go back tomorrow and say, Ray Girdler said we got to approve all that, they're not happening. This conversation today is about administrative equipping you with these conversations so you can understand how to have these conversations when you get back from leadership. That's what we're doing here. And the environment, the zero trust environment, I know that is becoming real.
Yeah.
And the risk keeps going up, which means more controls are going to have to be in place. What you're seeing in the most recent legislation is just wave one, in my humble opinion. Then you're going to have those 504 policies that you haven't seen yet, that we're going to talk about for the next 3 days while you're here. And eventually you're going to see them, and then you're going to have to deal with all that shit. Okay? And then, I mean, but these conversations are going to keep growing. The time, and I know we said this, like the time that where teachers could just go in, use whatever app they want without any supervision. I'm not saying it's over, but the conversation is changing.
Yeah, pretty much.
We want it to be over, but we have to get our leadership to understand. I believe everybody in this room can see that. The question is how do we move these other conversations, and whether or not you want to use some of these things. Like 754 is one of those conversations. But if you're going to come to the table with we need to start approving apps, then you better also come with a solution of how we're going to manage and do that. Otherwise, you're going to be kicked out of the room. Okay? And if your solution is everybody else is going to do the work, you're not going to like that either. Right? And so how do you create something that so they understand that this is for the district? Agreements like the one you have, this doesn't really change things. It's a change for the procurement process. But you're bringing a solution that makes the district more secure to be compliant. So it's those 20 pages, and it's even, we'll highlight some of the key pieces of it. But I will say, even though I guess my best advice is, even though we probably won't have time to read through this page by page today, you aren't going to want to recommend something to your district leadership unless you've read this thing from cover to cover. No matter how painful it is, right? You're not going to want to recommend a control if you haven't read cover to cover. And you're not going to say that this meets this if you hadn't read this one, which you already read. For me, I've had to read this thing, I don't even know how many times. It takes a lot of brain power. So, what we're about to talk about when we come back is, and this is how all these people, right now we're going to segment them. We got requirements of Act 754. We learned about state grant. okay? And here, you have in front of you a data privacy agreement, okay? This is in addition to what a statement of work is. You would, theoretically, you would use this as a document to try to hold vendors accountable to secure data practices anytime you're in contract with PII. So the idea is this is also a procurement decision that your district would have to choose to adopt. That is, hey, if we do a contract, are we going to require this? Okay? And are we ready to walk away if they don't want to sign this? You know what I'm saying? But a standard data privacy sharing agreement is standard practice. So how do you, if you're a small district, how do you get compliance out of these vendors when you feel like a small fish? Okay? This agreement is shared across the nation, and it presents a win-win situation for districts. One, you don't want to read these agreements every time. You want one that you have to write. Okay, whether you adopt this one or not, I don't care. But you want one agreement that you have to read, because it takes a lot of brain power. You know what vendors want? They want the same damn thing. So if the vendor community can get on board with the district community and have standard agreements, that's what this is, it makes everybody's life a lot easier. And that's the idea behind this. I guarantee you, if you go out to the vendor floor this week and you ask them about this, they will have knowledge of it. Every last one of them will have knowledge of this, or they should. It's that popular across the board.
Everyone I've contacted says, what is that? Can you send me more information?
Well, keep hitting them up. And it may be because of our sales reps in Arkansas.
Maybe like CMA know that maybe the one here in Arkansas, no, maybe
but that's very possible. But as a community at large, it saves us. Now, alright, we'll talk more about this when we get back. Paul, you have a question? Her email address, Rebecca Key, her name. It's up there, okay? And it's in your slide deck, you should already have, right? What we didn't get to activity 2. Activity 2, we were going to go through the NDPA 1 by 1, and we were going to see how many boxes to check. And whether or not we did that today or not, that's the activity I would do before implementing this in my district. Okay? This is what I've done for this one of the things we and Michael were talking about. I was trying to give you a certain level of confidence of whether or not this data sharing agreement would actually meet some of the requirements that are in here. I have a strong confidence that it does. Now, if there was a lawyer in the room that says, well, it doesn't meet this line, well, that's where I'll go back and say, well, I didn't see any heavy repercussions, and that's fine. I would just go back and fix this. Does that make sense? And so I feel like this gets me 99% there as far as if someone was to ask me, I know this is a piece of paper, and this is where compliance becomes compliance. If someone was to ask me, how did you know that this vendor was good? Well, this is my confidence. This is what I would hand someone. This is why. And there's some things in here that I really like that may be missing from your current standard agreements. Okay, even though we're not going to read it all, things that I really like. There's one on page. This is page 4. The data is the property of the district, not the vendor. Okay, that's in that law. I like the fact that it puts the advertising limitations. That's ones that stood out to me. I like the data breach notification. That's on page 7. It tells me that they're supposed to notify me in a timely manner. I mean, most of the requirements I saw in here just because they're all reading off of the same document, okay? There's nothing in here that surprises me as far as what a standard agreement looks like. It gives me the right to terminate. It makes this agreement supersede the statement of work. That's it. Yes. Makes this agreement that supersedes the statement of work. If there's something conflicting, then this becomes the governing document. Okay. Then when you get down to the exhibits, which start on page 10, so honestly, it's 20 pages, but exhibits are 10 of the pages. Does that make sense? I don't even use Exhibit A, and there's a lot of signage, so it's really not as much reading as it might look like. Exhibit B, I think, is just which is like 3 pages. That's just a very user-friendly form that vendors can check, so you know what data elements are going to be in the agreement, which you should know, would help you later too. Exhibit C is just definitions. The one, B is the letter of destruction. You're going to want that anyways, it's part of the new act. If you're not doing it, you're going to want it.
If they sign this, NDPA, are they signing all these exhibits as well?
Yeah.
That they check.
Well, they should have filled them out as part of the NDPA. Okay. The one that we're going to talk the most about today is, out of all of the things that will get confusing, the agreements that we're going to look at are going to say, they'll say with exhibit, without exhibit. We don't specify which one. They're talking about exhibit E. Okay. So exhibit E allows, so here's the idea of the document. The document is, if the vendor agrees, Michael can decide, we have what we call originators and we have subscribers, okay? So right now, there aren't a whole lot of agreements in there. There's more, okay, than what there was 2 months ago. But Michael could go in there and say, okay, 3D slicer, that's one of the ones I saw. 3D slicer is not in agreement. So he's like, well, I need to create a new one. If he creates one from scratch, he's the originator, okay? If Matthew over here is like, I'm gonna do a 3D scheduler too, well, now he's the subscriber. Well, how do you subscribe? You use Exhibit E, okay? And if he uses Exhibit E, that means that his district's agreeing to all the terms that already pre-exist, okay? The work that it saves is the fact that some of when it comes to getting data, like when it comes to data integration, sometimes getting hold of it is the biggest hurdle out of all of it, okay? I feel like the same is true about contracts. Sometimes the hardest thing about an agreement is just getting someone to sign it, okay? The fact that he's a subscriber means that Michael already did all the work. He's already gone through introducing them, having to talk to who's an Apple that you're working on right now, okay? He's already done all that. So when he sees it, he knows he already did all that work. I should be able to send this to subscriber E, which he already put the contact information in there for you, and it sends them right to him. And his person's already aware of it. And it just checks off. Are you with me? Checks off sounds a little, but essentially that's the theory behind it. The biggest part is when you see with exhibit, without exhibit, they're talking about exhibit E, okay?
So if it doesn't show with exhibit, that means you're not able to piggyback off.
That's correct. And there are going to be vendors, we've already run into this, where they were like, we want a clean agreement with each person, we don't want to use the exhibit. Fine, so what? It's still faster. If they've already signed the first one, chances are they're gonna sign it with you. They just don't want to use the exhibit E process, okay? And we can talk about the third category of those who don't want to sign it altogether, okay? But here's the thing before we go into the system, okay? This exists with or without the platform I'm about to take you into. You can use this without the platform. You can make this, you can take this piece of paper down to your procurement office, your business office, and you can say, hey, I think this is a good idea. I mean, we should probably have our legal staff review it before we adopt it as part of our standard process. You don't have to do anything in this platform if you don't want to. You just hand that. We're gonna start doing data privacy agreements. Anytime there's a contract with PII, we need to start doing this. And you just hand it to them, and that becomes the process. And when you get that parent request, whoever at the district's gonna handle that, you're gonna provide a list to them. However you decide you're gonna provide that list to them. And then if they ask for contracts, you can hand this to them with the statement of work, if that's how you wanna do it. Does that make sense? Okay. So these conversations exist independently, but there's also a platform in which can help you meet some of these requirements. Okay. For anybody who started on the platform already, it's one of those things. Is it work? Yes, it's work. Because someone's got to load this agreement in here. Someone's got to enter all these data points in there. And who's going to do that has been a popular question. From what I've seen so far, it's been those who have been engaging is the techs. And I think it's a fair question. Some people are asking for what? I don't even think I'm ever going to have that parent show up in my office and ask for that. And I can't answer that question for you. But what I can do is provide you with a solution for that conversation. Okay? I'm going to come back to this one. So let's go ahead and log on. So we'll spend the next however long it takes us. We'll spend the next probably hour just going through the system. For those of you who are already familiar with it, the beginning's going to feel a little basic, and then by the end of it, I believe there's some things that we can talk about workflow that you probably haven't messed with yet. That I think you'll find pretty interesting. Okay, so hopefully you already have the website really long. I'm really hoping you still got that slide deck up.
Did anybody create an account this morning, and do you get a confirmation email, and who does it come from?
Yeah, I got it.
It should be a no reply confirmation.
Mine said no
I did it, but
reply.
I never got
No reply
anything. I
at.
just noticed and looking.
No reply at svpc.a4l.org.
Thank you.
I've never seen your.
Here's the link to the.
I never got a confirmation.
This was.
I didn't either, I just logged in.
I would check vault and see if somebody registered, because we don't show up.
Yeah, this was the presenter
If you're not on the list, you're probably not.
And our-
I didn't get a confirmation, but.
So it was just, does that make sense? They had it ready for me.
How did you register?
I can't.
Oh, you're talking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
You
I showed
did
up, I showed up
it.
in the list, of basically, it says school districts that have done
I
it.
got you.
It's okay.
Mine says, we're gonna review your information and send you an approval application.
And I never got an approval.
All right.
I've never got it.
We'll do this in the instructions pre
Oh, yeah.
training. That's what I should have done. I don't think it'll be too bad even if you're following along. I mean, we can try this. We may totally mess it up, but you're welcome to use it. I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna take a snapshot of this and send it to Chrissy. You're welcome to, because it's completely bogus password. But I'm gonna do it. If you want, okay. If you want, you can log in into the platform. I'm gonna change this up to the workshop. Just know that when we're doing this kind of stuff, I want you to navigate with me, but don't click on. When I create an account, don't create an account at the same time. You can navigate with me, so it's a little more interactive. This isn't a demo account. If we're going on to the live website, which I'm just gonna go back through and clean up after this presentation's over. So I just gotta be mindful of that, because I don't want to mess. If I create an agreement that everybody else can piggyback off of, that means anybody who's already in the platform may not know that it's bogus. I'm gonna use some bogus documents. That's okay.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
It tells me welcome list. Does that mean that
So, do you get emails from the governor on when they establish?
Yeah.
Just go ahead, I mean, when you go to log on, even if you didn't get an email notification, just hit forgot password, enter your email address, and see if that triggers that response. If you haven't already done that.
Log out.
If you log in, so.
It never been in.
The website's kind of funny sometimes when I log in or create users, it takes me to users account, so I'm not sure if something might have happened. You can log with mine. Come on, y'all.
What's your social?
Last four.
Hey, my dad
What was this? What city was your high school in?
What was your dog's name?
Yeah. Your favorite color?
Even grew up here, what's your best friend's name when you were a kid?
What is your mother's maiden name?
That should be the prize. I bet if you get a chance to talk to Don Fitton, ask him what Raven's childhood name was. You should ask him. He likes to call me that, and I don't like it at all, but he thinks it's hilarious.
Question. How many of y'all was at Disney and how many of y'all was at that total?
I did not, I drove right past.
Mine did.
Right, real quick.
Somebody else, I wasn't even here.
Real quick, how do we get this resolved as far as creating the account? And I'll work on it in the background.
There should be, even if you're not logged in, one you can email, there should be a help button. I'm trying to see if you have it. I should just pull up while I log in.
It was crazy, we were right on the lake when it happened, but I left my car at the hotel, and, I drove, like, drove the 2013 Honda Velocity. I didn't even think it was, a blue value was worth it.
Oh, you get more for it than you thought?
Yeah, and it did $200 worth of damage, and they're like, oh, we'll fix it, cause it like broke the whole top is glass. It broke the whole glass from the top and back.
I was supposed to go down there, but
Well, did you log in as me?
I did not. Last call.
That wasn't your first grad night, was it?
One more.
I think they should have said that. Yeah. So, that'll help you submit the ticket.
Yeah.
I just need to get it. So, I'll say, one of the things they do really well is, the site can be a little funky, okay? But you submit a sport ticket, it's not really in real time. A4L is a international organization. They're also popular in Australia and the EU, but it makes sense because those organizations, those countries have, more mature in their privacy than we are at this stage. But I think it's very interesting just from like where your experiences you have and the skills that you gain. That they're using the same platform even in Australia view than we're using today here in Arkansas, because the tech in schools, it looks very familiar even when you cross the pond, whatever they say. So, I think one of the biggest, so we're gonna do some navigation, alright? One of the things you kinda gotta watch for is whenever you're doing this, is make sure it says Arkansas Student Privacy Alliance at the very top, okay? The only difference between the national page and the Arkansas page, or even the California page, is that little bitty icon that is very easy to overlook, and it all can look very, very similar. The other part, as you're just kind of navigating, there is, we've talked about this discussion for a long time, but you can always search the database. You can search the Arkansas database, or you can search the national database when it starts exploring. And whenever you're looking at this, we're gonna look at a district here in a second. That is not that exciting, but you can search by any of these, okay, and you can get a list of providers. I mean, whatever the search is. So for example, if you do a search by resource, that means you'll get anybody who is using that resource. Same with the company name. So if I decide I want to see who's using DataCamp, I hit search, and that means no one in Arkansas is using DataCamp. If I was going to use one that I know people are using, RTI Scheduler, one I like to use a lot. Clever. That one's closer, isn't it? I think one of the interesting things is the database is already pre-populated with vendors that are being used across the nation. So chances are the vendors already been put in here in some capacity. That doesn't necessarily mean if you find them, they have already signed the agreement. You can see that there's sometimes duplicates. I'm not sure the difference between Clever Prototypes and Clever LLC. But it's interesting to see that I already have contact information for these people. I can already see the text that filled out the form. I can see their agreement that they have with Clever. I can see their Exhibit E, if they have it. Does that make sense? Like, I get all that pretty quick. But it's a database. I mean, when you hit search the database, it's allowing you to search the database just from general, technology standpoint. What I like to do, if you want to get home, you just hit that Arkansas Student Data Privacy, and it puts you back on the home page pretty easily. I like to look at viewing participating districts, just so that I can kind of show you what it's not an end product. If he was here, he would be like, I'm not anywhere near done. But it does give you a general idea of what's the end game here. If you get started with A4L, what is the platform bring to your organization? And all these districts just jumped on within the last month or two. I think when the school year started, it was 2 or 3. So I'm gonna click on Greenbrier. You can click on any of them, but some of them are gonna be empty because they signed up for an account like you did. They haven't done any work yet, and it's okay. You can sign up for an account and never do anything here. It's 100% okay. I did Greenbrier School District, just because they have a lot of entries in here.
Mine says Calico Rock.
Huh?
But when I log in, it says my district is Calico Rock.
Oh my, whenever we do, what's the slider bar on the bottom, let's pick up that stuff.
Okay, so do I need to?
Right now it's okay. This should just be, this is just how it should be.
I mean, it says I'm faithful, but it says my district's Calico.
That's weird. We can force change it. Calico in there. We'll play around with it. So, I can fix whatever it is.
I'm the only one in there, so.
Yeah.
Make it all make sense.
Okay. Alright. But if you're taking context of Act 754 that we kind of read through, right? There's a couple things in here that One, this URL at the top, that is unique to Greenbrier. And they identified there at the end with the number, that 11587. Meaning he could take that link if he wanted to, and you could open it in a new page even if you weren't signed in. And you can see that it pulls up Greenbrier School District and the resources for the Greenbrier School District, okay? So one of those requirements was to provide a list. Here we've already provided a list, okay? In that list, there's some things that you had to be able to provide the parent upon request. One of those would be to provide them with an agreement. Was agreement successful from this page, correct? Okay. If Exhibit E was used, Exhibit E would be provided. Okay, you can see that here. You can see where some of his, we're gonna talk about all these things here in just a little bit, okay? But you can see how some of them don't have an ARCSA NDPA, that's okay. They also allow you to link to their privacy policy. Now, a privacy policy or privacy notice is supposed to be parent friendly. Can't necessarily force that. You can link it. That was one of the requirements for the law as well, that privacy policy be written in parent format. You would have to check on that it would be, but it's available right there as well. In the law, it says that the contract or the district has responsibility to provide a list of data elements. That is provided. It looks like some of these he has in here, some of these he doesn't. But you can see right below it. Now he had to check these off, right? But it says, okay, they do IP addresses, user cookies, metadata on user interaction with application. But the metadata that he collects or the company collects is here as well. And this, I think, is kind of the selling point as far as, okay, this helps make meeting that requirement. It's a practical solution if we can get to this point. If again, like some people, I can imagine superintendents who don't want to share a website or let parents know or make this readily available. That's okay. That's okay, because I can show you how to export it here in just a sec. But for your own district. But this is the end game. All right. So the question is like how do each of us get there if we wanted to? And so this is where we're gonna play. Please only play what I create, and then we'll delete what I delete. All right. So we can do that together.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you can do my account. I think I can do it. Okay, so here's the thing. There's not a demo site. So you can either, I'm gonna do these for real and then delete them. You may decide not to do that. I can help you clean it up any time that you feel like it's up to you. Michael's already done a lot of work on his website, so he may not want to muddy the waters, but he might. You know what I mean? So I think some of it's kind of fun to play with. I mean, questions like, who gets the notification? Well, sometimes you don't know that because their documentation is kind of lacking unless you test it out yourself, put yourself in that. So those are the kinds of things that I generally do with this, as long as I can clean it up. So I'll do both. Here's monitors. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do this one first. We were talking about added users. Okay. So some of you, once you have an account, you're the super user, and no one else can become the super user. So you're it, right? So if anybody else wants, no one else can sign up once you sign up. You're the only one that can add accounts, and you can add an additional district account. I like to go from a managed district account just so I can see the existing ones that are in there. Yours is probably empty. You apply it yourself. And if you want to add a new user, just click on adding a new user.
Hey, I'm doing one of them.
What I did for myself is, while I was playing around, I can delete it later, I used my personal email. You may have another email that you use for testing these kinds of things when you're trying to test notifications. You're welcome to do that as well. You might ask, like, who needs access to this system other than you? Well, it's whoever's gonna be involved in the process, whether you can, I mean, any of these roles, okay? If you're gonna have someone else other than you or assist you, okay, well, then someone on your staff may want it. Anybody who wants to be a requester, so you can have someone help you with the request piece of it, so that you receive notifications. We'll talk about that later. Could be your procurement office, your business office, but I generally don't put in all staff. This is for administrative purposes. You might decide maybe a point of contact at the building, maybe two, maybe the principal or the principals and the media specialist if you use it that way, if they're engaged with you that way. But that's kind of where these access levels kind of come into. District level access is exactly what you think it is. It gives them everything that you have access to, except for the workflow stuff that we're going to talk about. Okay.
How do we change the super user? You said we're it when we go, once we're in there. How do
you'd have to open up the ticket.
Okay.
You don't wanna be the guy.
So what?
You don't wanna be the guy.
Well, I'm probably not supposed to be the guy. I'm not the tech coordinator, and I signed in, and I was like,
That's okay. You just open up the ticket and form it out. Especially, what I would do is I'd probably go ahead and create an account and add an account for the other person and just swap it. So, it's not big. Anyways, so you can have as many district admins as you want. They have access to everything but the workflow, okay? Meaning, I mean, you know what that means, right? So you don't wanna break that unless you want. They can mess everything that you created up, okay? For me, I feel like the teacher member view only rights is kind of silly. They can view just about everything that's already been approved anyways. And I had when I was testing this, I had a lot of issues with my user account that was view only. With the exhibitor E seemed to work pretty well. If you have someone that is just going to, participate in that capacity. Right now, what I'm seeing is most folks are using district admin, or they have one other person in the system that has a district admin. And that's where you would add anybody on your staff, okay? We already talked about the help button. Jeff Killingsworth and his information will be here at the end, I think. He is technically, when I left, he is the administrator. I don't have administrative rights for the system anymore since I started working at GIS, so I can't help you. I'm more of your like an advisory capacity today than, and he's trying to learn a lot fast. If you send him a question, I don't know that he knows how to answer that in A4L today. So I would just encourage you to use the contact support button and just contact them in that way. They're pretty good. They just aren't immediately responsive. So I would submit a ticket, wait till the next day. They do respond within 24 hours from my experience, and they'll get you taken care of. Back to this. So I'm gonna go back to the home button just so we're all on the same page. Alright, the first thing I want you to do is we need to locate these agreements, and we're gonna go ahead and download both these on my device because I'm gonna upload them. You don't have to, but I'm gonna go ahead and download them, so it'll be my downloads folder. At the bottom of the page, you're gonna download the Arkansas agreement. This is where you would find it. It's the only place you can get it where it doesn't have draft on it, okay? And then you'll see one with exhibit and one without exhibit. Over here, why they do this, I don't know. But over here on the left, you see how I had some with, they got Word versions of it. You need a Word version, it's over there on the bottom far left. But it's going to want you to upload a PDF. It fixes it on a PDF, so. I don't know if this will drive you nuts or not, but gonna say version 1, and when you go download it, it says version 10_23. You'll see that. Version 1 is their name. I've edited that thing I don't know how many times at this point. So this is the last date when you actually download it. This is the last date that it was edited by the Arkansas Department of Ed. But it's still version 1 until they release version 2. Does that make sense? They're just trying to standardize the process. Alright. I should have noted that one. That was with exhibit. So when I download this one, I'm gonna make sure I download that one. It's no exhibit. Oh good, it's got it in there. AR and VA version 20 and 23 with those. Okay.
What's the difference with the exhibit and no exhibit?
So that is exhibit E. So when it says exhibit, we're talking about exhibit E. Okay, so it says with exhibit, what they mean is with exhibit E, and that means that if you choose to upload that one, that means other districts can piggyback off of it. Okay? And if they choose without exhibit, with no exhibit, that's with no exhibit E. So if you upload that one, nobody can read. It's just for you. So if you have a vendor that says, hey, this is just between me and you, you're gonna use the one with no exhibit. If you have a vendor that says, hey, I want other districts to piggyback, and you'll use the one with exhibit. That's the only difference. It's exhibit E. Okay? One allows piggybacking, the other one doesn't. We'll talk about those here. We don't think anything.
Well, if I created another user, did it log me in as them and kick me out? And I have no
it does
account?
that. It does that.
Cool.
I just learned that.
So now I have no
We'll do
account.
that eventually.
Oh, you gotta log out? Log out as them, and then log back in as yourself?
I did, and it says error occurred whenever I log in because you're not a registered.
Yeah, I had that, and I just didn't forgot password.
So it says with exhibit E, we can steal it, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's.
Thank
We can
you.
steal it.
Sorry.
No,
So how
no,
do we just
these
steal
are,
it? We click that and
these
download
are
it
some
and
of the
upload it
things,
to our own.
that's why we're doing this now, and so this is
Oh,
just
you know what I'll be doing today?
build up your toolkit so you can decide, is this for you or not? I think we pay, membership is, for a state level, is like $6,000 for the entire state. What I like, my first reason wasn't to get y'all into the dashboard, it was to get you access to this. This is worth it alone, in my opinion. And the dashboard is just kind of like, whenever they said provide a list, I was like, okay, so maybe you can get past the nuances, maybe this works for you. Okay? Alright, so you should have both agreements ready to go. Now, we are just going to, if you need to edit it, under account management, there's a thing in there that said edit district account information, especially if you had 2 users.
Or the wrong school.
Or the wrong school, or the wrong address. Or the wrong website. This is where you would go to update all those things.
Do we need to put all that information in there, or just like certain things?
I'll put as little, I mean, the address probably would help. You want your website to be right. I mean, I can't think of anything in here that you wouldn't want to enter. This district admin and workflow initial admin, this is really just letting you know who's gonna get notifications when districts, when you start a request, when you add an agreement, who's gonna get notifications of those agreements. For me, just so I didn't drive anyone nuts, I have it as myself. I had it as Jeff, and so I realized I was hitting him up a lot last night. So I changed it to myself. If it's just you right now, it probably doesn't matter. But later on, when you have additional users, and we'll talk about these as well. You can leave these on if you want. We'll talk about what these do later.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It It is under account management and edit district account information. I mean, how much information do you expect? Only two that really have kind of all officially. Whenever we start working. But the main part here is like, if we're gonna get started, how do you get started? Well, the first part is you add an agreement, okay? I wanna add an agreement. I just say your district's agreement. I'm gonna add a new agreement. And I get this funky page. Okay? Color schemes don't even really know. But whatever. Alright. Generally, what happens with Arkansas folks at this stage, okay, is someone's already signed the contract, y'all adopted this as part of your procurement process, and you have a signed copy of either the full NDPA or Exhibit E, okay? So when you get to this point, it's actually the way that most Arkansas techs are using this. This is one of the last things here. You're just trying to make what you did by hand. You're trying to create that list on the website so you can standardize it, okay? One of the things I do like about the website, you can sort so it was keeping up with contract expiration dates, which is kind of nice. That part I do like, okay? So it does help with some of the organization. So for most of us, we're gonna go over here to, yes, we have a signed agreement, okay? Whether that be a signed Exhibit E or a signed full NDPA. Then it's going to ask you some additional questions. And this is important because how you do this, it doesn't know it unless you tell it, so you can't really mess it up. You'll confuse other techs if you don't do this right, okay? So we'll talk a little bit about, are you an originator or are you a subscriber, okay? So are you the first one in the state to contract with this guy, or are you a subscriber? That's all you gotta do. So we're gonna do the first one. We're gonna start with the full shebang, right? It's gonna be the originator, okay? And so, where's this national agreement? We're gonna be a national agreement with the originator with Exhibit E. That's what we're gonna do. This one we're gonna come back to later, because this clearly says this is not the NDPA. This is for a vendor-specific agreement, meaning that you can, I mean, they should be self-explanatory, right? You can use this process to manage your agreements altogether if you want, right? They don't want to do the NDPA, but I do have this other agreement. You can upload it here. And chances are, they're not going to have an Exhibit E. If it's an original agreement with the vendor, it's probably going to be with no exhibit, because it's going to be a one-off. Does that make sense? You have this one-off contract with this one-off vendor who refused to sign it. You're responsible for all this. They just will not sign the NDPA. You can't live without them, right? That's what you use this for, okay? Well, we're gonna go over here to the NDPA. We're gonna start off with originator with Exhibit E.
Where you click no, we have no agreement, this is a new request or renewal, correct?
Yes, well.
We're gonna do that one in a second.
Oh.
Okay. Generally, you've already done this. You already have assigned it. You've already done the paperwork. We've already done the paperwork. We're trying to get our contract, we're trying to get our signed contract into the website. So we already have a signed agreement. I'm going off the assumption that you've already done the work. You have a signed agreement, and we're just trying to upload it. And that's really all you're doing. We have a signed agreement, we're trying to upload it, so that if we get that question, we can provide them with a list and it's all stacked up, okay? It's gonna ask me originator, enter the resource name. You can search for it. I'm gonna use one that's at the top, and I'm gonna use 3D Slicer. You're welcome to use 3D Slicer too. Just whatever you create at this point, we're going to have to delete, okay? So, semi keep up with it? The reason why we're searching is because we don't want multiple originators. So you're trying to reduce duplicates within the system. Right? And we're not hitting.
Resource first?
Huh?
You just said that have a resource for you people?
We're gonna talk about that. Okay, there. I'm not there yet. In this case, I'll look from the resource. I'll look for resources that currently exist. 3D Slicer was there as a resource, okay, but it doesn't have a contract. So I'm like, okay, that's great. That means I'm the first person to do this, right? That's what that tells me. And since we've confirmed I'm the first person to do this, I'm gonna click on National Agreement, originator with Exhibit E, so I've confirmed that I'm the originator. And now it's just a matter of putting all the data in that you saw on Greenberg's page. Okay, and that's what this process is. You have to select the resource again. Slicer. When you hit that, there's only one. Okay, and that's with Exhibit. Exhibit. Today, approve it today. It'll expire at the end of the week. We'll never do that. Okay, scroll focus. Okay, if you have a point of contact for the vendor, so that future Exhibit E's will go to them. That's where you enter it. It's gonna ask you to upload, and it says upload signed agreement. So this is the idea that I already have a signed agreement in place. I'm gonna go to my downloads, download my signed agreement. I don't have any agreement restrictions. I don't have any restrictions. Select whatever grades apply. These are not the grades that the vendor served. These are the grades in which you're using them for. Okay. You can select whatever subject you feel like applies. The requester, this information is going to feel odd to you. You're the only one in the system. That makes sense, right? You're everything. You're okay. You're all the things. You're all the things. You can have people request things, and the whole workflow process that Paul was kind of talking about or alluding to, like how do you prove all these things that come. You can manage that process with this system if you want to. That's the idea of what a requester is. I don't have one right now. But that's what a requester would do. That's where the information would fall or fill in if you had that turned on. Okay. Once you're done, you can either continue. The addendum is that Exhibit E, which is a separate document, which I don't have. But I'm gonna upload a photos form.
Hey Ray, question.
Go ahead.
So in the user training for this, it tells you that you need to name them in a certain way. Is that just a suggestion, or is that something that is crucial? It says that if two documents are uploaded with the same name from different districts, that it should override.
I didn't know that.
Two different districts?
That was the way I understood it, that if the same contract existed with the same name, then it could potentially override it, but.
That's not good.
So, I've had to go in, or I've gone in on all of mine. It wants, it gives an example, but, it wants the name of the application, underscore the name of the agreement district,
I will send you all a copy of the naming agreement. It'd be an email, whatever that, naming convention is.
please name your documents as follows: application name, school district.
You go, you can take it, whatever you're looking at, you can screenshot it.
Yeah.
That way I can share with everybody. Alright. Alright. So I'm gonna go ahead and upload another document. As my exhibit E. So if you're looking at exhibit E, even if you're the originator, you're still going to authorize the fact that everybody else can use it. You look at that. So the top part of one would be filled out, allowing everybody else to use the bottom part. So you would be responsible for uploading that one page, page 17 here. That's what you're doing. You're uploading just page 17 so that other districts can just print off that one form and use that one document. Does that make sense? I'll save my digital info, and then all those data elements that you saw, these are randomly checked off by someone on the district side. You can change this information at a later time. You put the vendor's information in here if you want. Generally you would. Generally they want to be notified, right? If they're the Arkansas point of contact. So it takes me through about 3 pages. Is it completely bogus? That would usually take me probably 10 minutes to enter all that, at least. And a lot of folks are doing hundreds of these, okay? You can view your agreements a couple different ways. One of the ways is just looking at managed agreements, and that agreement that I just created pops up here, okay? If it's due, or it'll be due soon, or expires on soon, it turns it red. It's actually just because I chose a close date. That's where it would sit. And we'll talk about some of the parts that are over here in just a little bit. Alright, so that's one. So that was an originator. The flip side of that would be if I was gonna add, if I was gonna subscribe, right? And I'm not gonna apply with this one. But it's the exact same process, right? It's still a new agreement, even though I'm exhibit E. Okay.
So in this instance, just to clarify, someone else already has an agreement, we want to pay back on top of that, we're gonna subscribe to their agreement already, that's what we're doing right now. Okay.
This is case 2, right? Agreement already exists, we're gonna subscribe. So same process, okay? The idea is I've already gone through the whole process, and my vendor has the signed document I have this time is just exhibit E, okay? So I'm gonna go take my exhibit E, and I need to upload it. It's gonna ask me, so you gotta check, they're looking for duplicates, similar to what Michael said. I'm gonna use one that I know an agreement exists, and that's with RTI scheduler. See if this. So it's telling me there is an originating document that is remember last time we had no agreement? This time we have, so that just lets me know this has already been done. You do want to search before you enter a new agreement. If you don't have one, you can go find one. We're gonna go ahead, and this time we are a subscriber. Just do the same thing. It's just like RTI scheduler again. it's like what grades I use it for, what content I use it for. Again, we already talked about requester. Continue, I would upload my activity.
So no matter what, you're always gonna have to fill out this form
Yeah, I was hoping
regardless of whether
you would think that all that information that the previous guy entered would populate, but you have to repopulate it.
That would be really cool.
You have to repopulate it all. I haven't seen a way around that. I can show you where they would look at their developments, but
Well, and that's what the paperwork side of it, I guess, what I was talking about, like, if we're gonna piggyback on somebody, do we have to fill it all out and
you just have to upload. The only thing that we uploaded was exhibit E this time. So,
so only if you're the originator, you have to fill out all of this and then upload.
that's
And for clarity, you download the exhibit E from the, like, say, I was looking at, look at Greenbrier, already done it, so I went to Greenbrier's, downloaded the exhibit E that's already been filled out by Greenbrier.
That's correct.
The top half.
That's correct.
I get that signed.
Well, so what he's saying is, so I didn't upload a real exhibit E. So the question is like, where do I get a real exhibit E? So I know that the I know the RTI schedule already exists because I did a search, right? Actually, at that moment, what I need to do, if I don't have it in hand, is I need to go find who was the originator. Does that make sense? And that's where, when we started off, we were talking about how do you search the registry? That's what the registry is all about, right? I'm looking for the RTI scheduler. There it is. All right. And here I can see, looks like several folks, multiple exhibit E's. But if I click on Greenbrier's exhibit E, looks like he's on the bottom of it. Doesn't help me out.
So it looked like Benton was the originator on that one.
That might be true. Thank you.
Yeah. Seems like some Brian.
What I would do is I would print out this exhibit E, and that's the document that we would sign at this point. And that would be the one I would upload whenever we were piggybacking off of that one.
But the exhibit, if we subscribe, the exhibit E would expire the same agreement date, and we would have to redo the process again after that.
That's correct.
You got to contact the originator, so.
Well, whenever you upload it, that's one of the things that you see, like one of the things you see in the system. So I want y'all to learn these things now, so if you decide to do it, you're not surprised later, okay? But like, I don't know if you saw this as far as like whenever you were entering it in, I'm gonna go back and manage my agreements. I didn't enter I don't remember entering the expiration date for this game on. And it says it's RTI scheduler, that would feedback off. I didn't enter that, so mine's gonna expire when theirs expires. Because they have the original agreement, I can only piggyback off the original agreement for as long as the original agreement is good, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
So it'll actually just.
There is a way to renew, but I can't recreate that right now.
It's not popular.
So if they filled out the bottom, you gotta find one that isn't filled out.
That's
You
correct.
fill out the bottom.
It'll tell you at the top though.
Michael, you filled yours out.
Yeah, it'll tell you at the top of that, who the originator is.
Michael made a really good point. He was saying, I clicked on Greenbrier's first, but when I saw Greenbrier's, I was kind of flying through Greenbrier's, I saw the VJ had already signed it. Michael looked at the top and said, it said it at the top where it was, so he only had to search twice, and he got to where he needed to be. So, okay. Looking at it, you can see that if you don't want to send them out, you can send them to Excel. You can export that from here. Okay. What I am gonna do, we don't have a whole lot of time for lunch, but there's two sides to the website, okay? Generally, if we're trying to answer the question of how can I use, if I want to, how do I use the site compliance with Act 754? I believe we've answered that question, okay? You get the agreements, you upload the agreements, you get that process started. That's really not exactly all the site was meant to do, and the fact that the site leaves much to be desired, somewhat questionable how much I would ask of it, okay? But I do think adding another user or two, maybe a principal, maybe a media specialist, you know, adding 3 or 4 users may not be too bad depending on how many end users we're having to manage and having to train. But one of the ways kind of around this, if you want some assistance with what's going on here or who's gonna manage the process, one of the things that we didn't talk about is how do we add some of these other agreements? And this is where the workflow is going to kind of come into play. So I'm going to show you what I got set up. I'll send you a list of, if you decide to do this, some recommended workflow things that you can put in here. But it's pretty easy to set up. But under account management, there's this manage progress workflow, okay? And when you first go in, it's gonna look empty, and you're gonna be like, what the hell is this, okay? And so here is what the hell it is, okay? The idea is if you don't have a requester, this is useless to you, okay? But if you have a requester that's going to be in the process, let's say it's a principal, let's pretend like it's a principal, they're like, hey, I want to use this tool. They enter the request form, and I'll show you what that looks like. Well, when you put things in here, it lets them know where it is at your office, okay? So I'll put in here things like we did not pursue. It's pretty much reasons for whatever you would tell this person who did the requesting so they can know the status of it, okay? I just put 2 in here. I put one that we did not pursue, and I gave a bogus reason, and I got another one that just said that it was in progress, and you can subscribe whatever those are. Whenever you hit the priority really, the step order really doesn't matter. The step order isn't like there's going to be multiple steps. It's just telling you what order the drop down menu is going to be. You only have one drop down, and you have to go in and change it. Like it is, someone on your end has to go in and change what the progress is. It just is listing it out of resources that you have. I took a screenshot of that the other day, but I didn't get into the presentation. But the idea is that's what it would be. And then if you're a district and you have your requester and you're not a super user, let's say you had the principal and they're like, hey, I want a new product. We don't have an agreement, so this is a new request for an agreement for this process to start, right? And you would click on that, and this person, whomever it is, would tell you, okay, this is what we're trying to do. They would fill out, are you currently in negotiations? They could tell you whether or not you're talking with this person. This is a new request. And it's supposed to help with communication of before these agreements are signed, right? That's what this button's for. Before these agreements are signed, you the difference between these two is your signed agreements can be seen without a login. The requester stuff can only be seen after you're logged in. It can only be seen by admin. The rest of the stuff can be seen by anybody who visits the site, okay? But the requester stuff can only be seen by admin until it moves from a request to a contract, right? And there's pieces on the end of this that allow you, and this part's pretty simple. You're looking at your agreements. And this is where if you had more than one person in the process, one, it's letting you know, right? If you use the CFO as an example, they added it in there. They'll say, hey, they're letting you know they're in agreement with somebody right now, and they can tell you, and that's where this progress workflow is. Those are the things I entered earlier. So whatever these reasons are, you can make those be whatever you want them to be. And I have some examples of that. But anytime you select one of these, whoever initiated the request gets a notification, right? So it would go back to the principal, or it would go back to the CFO, whoever was the requester, and say, hey, we didn't move forward with this, and you can give a reason why. Last I did with the workflow, I hadn't seen anybody use that yet. Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
For the workflow, what rights do they need to have as a district admin assistant or the teacher staff member?
The district admin assistant. If you decide to do more with it, it's one of those things like how deep you want to go. One, if you're going to use it for your agreements, that's a place to start. And then as you get familiar with it, the next step would be to, let's see if I can fold some other people in here to help with the process. That's generally how my mind went and how I set up this training. It does get bigger in the sense of you have tools under here. And I'm not going to do this today, but under tools, and I haven't been able to get it to work right, so I'll take both of those. That's why I'm not going to do it today. But there is a digital resource request form under tools that you could put behind and it gives you a custom link. The idea would be that you would take this link, put it behind a password or intranet or a password, staff word, a staff protected login, right? And you could put this on your page, and it's process. This is what a requester can do. They don't have to have a login to request, right? This is why we put it behind the intranet, right? But someone's going to have to be on that receiving end, and that's where the requester stuff starts coming into play. You really want, you know what I mean? I'm not saying to do that. I'm just letting you know, like when people talk about it, they're not necessarily, we're using it to, our districts typically are using it to meet Act 754, but the website itself is meant not only to manage agreement, but to try to manage that entire process. So if you decide to explore that, we need to delete these all. If you didn't create any, you can get it in lunch early if you want. But I will say this, these are pretty easy to delete. The request thing's easy to delete. Yes, please delete. The one that I piggybacked off of, that was easy to delete. Guess which one doesn't have a delete button? The original. And it kind of makes sense, because if other people piggyback off you and you delete it, you can ruin it for everyone. You with me? So the only way I know to get around this,
I'm done. And that's how I see it.
Basically, on the
Yeah.
Easy.
It's like such different dance and super colored histories.
I don't know anybody anymore. It's not owner. You ever guess why you keep calling the wrong name? That's Hunter.
Oh, what?
Nathan. I guess because his last name's Nathan.
Yeah, it looks like Nathan.
Nathan.
I pronounced it non the first time, but I got corrected. It looks like it's like non-bread, but non. Yeah.
Yeah, I go remember the good
Oh,
times.
I've got to talk to you about that.
Yeah.
His name looked like spelling, John.
This is a good one. Like, there's a whole rule just for her.
My name, my last name is Fletcher. I don't worry about the big hair.
Things that I do often.
One thing I don't do in high school is, especially in high school, is one of my best friends at worst thing than I did. He's a really good guy. His name is John Walker. So his first and last name were after a toilet. And so we used to give him so much crap. Literally, you know what I mean?
Literally, no pun intended.
Well, I went to high school with a guy, his name was Richard Woodcock.
Oh, that's
He
so
was my
big.
big.
Oh, man.
I have one on school who listens to last talk. And I'm just like, why did your parents not? Come on now.
At least he didn't become a teacher. That only was.
I think he is actually.
Oh my
His
God.
last name was.
I think he's a math teacher now.
See that refill?
I'm sure he goes by his first name. I think it is first name. Yeah, Mr.
I'd like to see what the bathroom stall say on that one.
My dad told me, lived in Bobcat, Louisiana, my dad, kindergarten there, and my dad enrolled me, and he goes to the parent teacher meeting. The teacher's last name is spelled penis, and my dad said, yeah, and he's like, my daughter is not gonna raise her hand and go, Mr. Penis, it is finesse, is how you pronounce it. I'm like,
Yeah,
"Wow."
sure it is. It is what they just said.
And then my dad said, I don't care if it's
That's one of those moments where like, I'm gonna go on my first day.
Bring my hair.
I'm kind of old fashioned.
What was that guy named for he dealt with her little hater? That, it's quite acceptable. He put his jacket on. Oh no. What was his name?
You stop to see,
I didn't realize it was
But he said his wife.
Yeah.
That's not better. That's all worse.
Yeah, but y'all didn't accept the invitation.
I didn't accept the invitation. I was speaking.
My
You know it's actually that name.
Look, I'm gonna leave it at this one.
Absolutely.
But, y'all, man, I'm gonna say this thing, you're gonna laugh, but what's funny is the website I had is, and they hacked it with a porn site, and it was Harry Dickens.
Oh, I love that.
Who is like very popular upstate. And I was like, it was one of those times that were Dawn was working at the time. And you came down to my office and he was, well, we got this victim. And I was like, I never even thought about it because it's just Harry. Harry Dickens, and I lost it. And I was like, what happened? He goes, let me show you. Oh man. And I was like, who's gonna call him? He didn't know at the time, me or you. And I was like, can I be in the room? I just need to be in the room. And the fact that one of his, I don't know if this makes it better or worse, one of his part-time gigs, he's a preacher. So, so the afternoon's gonna be a lot different than the morning. I'm pretty much going to bury the hatchet on Act 754 and third-party vetting for remove the other administrative controls. I think we kind of nailed that to the ground. If you wanted my personal opinion, just like this is an opinion on the website, A4L, I really like whether or not I would go through the time to actually do the website. Really would be dependent on how many requests I thought I was going to get in the district. If I thought I was going to be preparing that list all the time and I'd be the person doing it, I would probably just take the time to do it so I could just send a link or have someone else send a link because it would save me time later. If I was working in a district in which I didn't think those requests were going to come in, I may take a different approach. That's just me. I mean, because the law, all it says you have to provide a list and you need to be vetting vendors very much. I know that's an oversimplification, but you gotta provide a list, you gotta have a contract available, you need to be only vetting vendors with vendors who are, kind of reputable.
Before you really, okay. All right, we're required to provide the list. And then it says down below that any contract you enter into on or after the effective date 1 June 2024
Yeah.
must be vetted. I mean, that's the stance my superintendent's taking.
That's correct. I mean, it must be vetted, but they don't say what's the vetting process.
Yes. He says, let's handle that one at a time as we read the contracts that we're into.
And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get in front of you today, and probably why I won't get in front of you about this again in the future, is because I feel like by ACOT this time next year, you would have already had this figured out. One of the things that's in the agreement that I like is on Exhibit F, on how I would address that, is like, again, I know this isn't foolproof just because they check the box, but, you know, if they can tell me what security standard they're following, whether it's the sys controls or the NIST or ISO 2700. But so many ways of that, I feel like this creates at least that conversation. And usually, in my opinion, you could ask them a few questions, about 5 questions, especially as a sales rep. You can tell whether or not these questions have been answered before. You can get, if they can't answer what security standard are you following, they should know like that. So
let me ask you something before you move on. Yeah. Okay, so if he takes the stance that I just told you, wait until the contract's renewed at 1 June 2024 after, wait until you either renew the contract or enter into a new contract to do this vetting.
Yeah.
If you have after 1 June, if you have a incident that comes up and you haven't done the vetting, you're waiting for the contract to renew, what's the implications then?
You're out of compliance.
That's right.
If I was, I think his general thought process, I know it doesn't always work like this with all the companies you use, but generally, there's a season for contracts. You try to renew them at the fiscal year. That process kicks off in about February, in which they're reviewing or renewing, or they're going through that process. They try to figure out what agreements they're going to have in place, usually by spring. and then start signing those away so that when your fiscal year hits, that's not just the fiscal year, that's the end of your school year when you're dropping, if, you know, you're dropping all the students from previous and enrolling new, you know, it's that process and what you're going through. And so I think, generally speaking, that would probably take care of them in the general financial flow of things, as long as y'all don't have contracts that fall outside of normal, you know, so you might check it out. I do wanna make sure that you don't have this pulled up on your screen again. Bitly, ACOT, new K-12 cyber, you know, we're gonna do some other tools, and I do want you to kind of play with some of these. So these are gonna be a lot lighter than the A4S, okay? So the first one I have for you, and we're not gonna play with the whole thing, we're gonna play with it a little bit. It's called this K-12 CVAT. Y'all seen this? With COSIN. This is another vetting tool that you can use with vendors to try to determine this process. I said I was done with it, but this really is the last one. So we talked about state ramp. State ramp says they do this vetting and they're NIST compliant, right? That's what they said. How do you vet these vendors? What's the process? This agreement has one checkbox. The K-12 CVAT is another tool that you can use. All these have pretty much been partnered with one of your partners out there, whether it's CDW or not. This one is a spreadsheet. I don't know if y'all saw that. I'm just gonna download the spreadsheet. My M365 doesn't like this file, so I'm gonna pull it up on the desktop. And what it is, this Excel document is, and if you're looking at it on your screen, the idea is you would take this K-12 CVAT tool, you would tell the vendor to fill it out, and they would give it back to you as you're trying, and it's pretty much it's almost like a self-assessment, where they're gonna provide you information so that you can vet them as far as whether or not they're being secure or not. So whether or not you would use this or not, I don't know. TELR and COSIN group, I just felt like it was worth mentioning, you know, that this was out there as a tool. I kinda like it. I don't know that I would do it, but I like it. Y'all run into stuff like that? Like, I don't know if I would do it, but I like it. So it's one of those things I got in my back pocket. The fact that the vendor would fill this out, okay. The answers are pretty straightforward in the sense of like it's either yes or no. Have you ever gone to SAIE 18 audit? I don't know what that is, honestly. I'll put no. And then you know what I mean? It tells the vendor what they want. It tells the vendor what you should want them to do based on your responses. Have you completed the cloud security self-assessment? I'm gonna say yes. If you receive the Cloud Alliance Star certification, I'm gonna say no. And what's going on over here as they're filling out these yes/no questions, it's giving me should be giving me a risk score. I thought the right one. Anyways, it was working for me. That's not, but I can find out where it's populating. It would all work populate if you were. Alright, well, it's supposed to work pretty seamlessly. It worked for me yesterday. Send it to the vendor, they send it back, you get a list of scores in this analysis report. Then it'll let you know how they rank on different ones of these for you to make an informed decision. I think it's also aligned to the NIST framework. Anyways, it's a tool that, I don't know, does anybody think I would actually use that? Maybe. And sometimes some of these, you might use them, you don't have to use the same one for everybody, right? So if something comes up or kind of squirrely, or maybe you had an incident, you're like, okay, I want you to pull this out, I need to know a little bit more about it. If you do have an incident or something and you want a tool to like, I'd like to know more, like if I really was gonna exercise the right to audit, how would I do that? you could give them that form. I could see it being, I could see it being useful. And again, it's with COSIN, so that already gives me an increased, confidence level. My confidence level goes up. I know that it's K-12 design. It also knows that if I ask them to do it, I won't be the first one. Hopefully I'm not the first one to ask that question. So I do like it. But I think at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to solve the question of how do we put a lid on all the apps that come through. I think that's too big for this discussion. But hopefully you're feeling a little more confident about where you kind of stand as far as how you're going to kind of address that. So third-party vendors is a big deal. Some other administrative controls that are out there are these big three. And I'm going to give you tools for each one of these. So when we're talking about trying to increase maturity of your organization, a lot of it's going to be about, so you have the technical components, but what we were talking about today, when we talk about a minute, we're talking about processes, right? How do we strengthen our processes? Data inventory is one of those that's often overlooked. All right, so here's what it was like for me, and why it all was kind of tied together. Can't really pull them apart, even with the third-party vetting. Whenever I started at the Department of Ed 7 years ago, one of the hats I wore was I served as the data incident report manager, and I never had done that role. I was more of a systems administrator than a data incident report, but I didn't think it was ever going to happen. Boss said that never happens, and then when it does happen, he walked me through it, and know that happened the way it was. It was probably about a couple months on the job. Of course, I was traveling that week, and I get this call from a vendor called Whitecard. Never heard of them. That's something we used in K-12 for sure. Whitecard. I called our CFO folks, contract folks. I was like, hey, do we have anything? I couldn't tell if the email was bogus, right? They said, hey, your state's information's breached. Whitecard, is there any validity to this? So I called the contract folks, nothing. Like we don't contract with anybody with Whitecard. And that's odd. It's come a while. So I was like, do you know anything about this? No idea. I call, at the time, he wasn't the CO, but he was over the data center region. I was like, do you know anything about this? And he's like, no. And there's this conversation of like, if the contract office doesn't know these people, my data center director doesn't know any of these people, the assistant commissioner for research technology doesn't know one of these people. I'm like, this is bogus, right? Well, I decided to call them and say, hey, I got this. Now look them up online, right? So they're a legit company. Turns out if you're in 21st century, state entities must contract with a third-party vendor to do audits or something like that. Some kind of accountability. They are 21st century cannot use a state design system or whatever the heck they were doing. I think they were just trying to count the number of students that are using 21st century dollars. Okay. And then when I realized that, I was like, oh, this could be a lot of students. This could be some legitimacy. But I called down there to the public school accountability office. Of course, there's been so much turnover there, I can't get anybody. Turns out we had a contract with them 5 years prior. Okay. Again, this was like 2016, 5 years prior was 2011. So how were you doing agreements in 2011? You were.
What's an agreement?
Okay.
You were signing the paper and post it up.
Alright, so I mean, did you have data destruction clauses in your agreements back then? Okay. And so now we're like, oh yeah, but then I was like, this is crazy. And we're getting a notification. They can't tell us how many students. And it was for months trying to get the files of what data that they had because it wasn't documented. How many of our students were impacted, and whether or not we could get a verification on whether or not the data was compromised or not. You never get a firm answer. And even as scary as that might have been, the scarier question was that nobody, one, there was no documentation that this data transfer ever took place. The second part is when something like that happens, you have to ask yourself no one in the tech division knew that this data was leaving our organization. Because we weren't the ones sending it. And we assumed that if data was going to be sent, it could only be sent through us. Ignorant, okay? That's what we were ignorant. And at that moment, it's like, okay, what data lives in our organization and where does it go? We couldn't answer that question. We thought we knew it because we thought we control our automation, we control the state data warehouse. But the fact is, there's a lot of people at the Department of Ed, and they all have access to systems. They have their own data systems that may or may not be managed by us as a department, whether it be child nutrition, which is a good example, or whether it be Transact, or whether it be, whether it be a third-party vendor like ACT or NWEA. Those aren't necessarily managed by the tech department. And when we started having all those discussions, this idea around data inventory became really important. It was actually one of those eye-openers for us. And this is one of those really easy things to say, to do. It is a project if you decide to take this on. But it could be worthwhile. I mean, at the end of the day, it's no different than whether or not you have any kind of endpoint management where you know how many, if you can't tell me what endpoints are in your networks and whether or not, if you can't tell me, then you can't protect them. This is the same idea. If you can't tell me where your data is, there's no way you can protect it. And I'm not saying do all these things in conjunction. Each one of these are a big project. Third-party management is a big project. Data inventory is a big project. So knowing what you have, you probably heard this before, but knowing what is being collected and where the data is stored, who has access to it, and how are you protecting it. And I think this is, again, like this, these are these discussions of, you know it, these are discussions that need to be had at your administrative level. And doing a data inventory allows you to have that discussion. Just like doing all these things we're about to talk about, doing them, collecting that data on them, if you're not waiting for an app, allows these conversations to happen. One of the best ways to get your superintendent serious about cybersecurity, do a pen test. They have a pen test done. See how fast they can gain the credentials. Okay, that'll get their attention. If you have concerns about how people are using and sending your data, do a data inventory and put it in front of them. You might say, like, how do you do that? Well, EduCause, which works with higher ed, it's like, how do we steal some of the good resources? EduCause is a good group with higher ed. Higher ed, even though we don't have to deal with GDPR, higher ed does, because everybody has foreign exchange students at this point in time. And they have a really good document here. It's a data inventory document. It's better than any one that I've ever created. And it's pretty simple to use. So we talk about like, what is a data inventory? Well, I would find data stewards, and you have these data stewards at each campus. They might be curriculum administrators, because there's probably a lot living on your Google Drive. It might be an administrator. But you can easily copy this and have each school say, hey, I need you to do this to your leadership meeting. They can do this in an hour. I really think they could do that, or doing a PD workshop or administrative workshop. And it is just a matter of going through, and I can show you where to get to the live one. This is just a Google Doc that I had, so we wouldn't mess theirs up. That answers some really basic questions. Even questions, you might say that they're basic, but here's a really interesting one. Recently, at the Department of Ed, we got a notice, not the Department of Ed, DIS, we got a notification from the FBI, it just said Homeland Security about some stuff that was going on in China on our state networks, and they wanted us to shut it down. So they created a geofence, around communication with China and our K-12 network, and some of your, VR headsets stopped working. Because your VR headsets only want to communicate with a server in China, and no one can tell us why. It's like, it's these kinds of questions where they say, do we really, they're gonna ask you questions too when you do it. These are the kinds of things you want. Do we really need to know whether or not it communicates, if the data is accessed in another country? And your answer is hell yes. We need to know that. And if you can't tell me where they're storing their data, then that's a problem, right? But it's one of those, who's gonna do this? Can we have administrative support? Can we do it on a workshop? But I like the idea, okay, if I was gonna do this control, this is a pretty good template that you can use that is being circulated through higher ed, okay? How do you keep it? It's just an ongoing spreadsheet. It's kind of like the other process. Any process takes time when you implement it, but then once you get past implementation, there's always the implementation curve, then there's just the maintenance curve, right? Where when you get a new contract, let's add it into our data inventory, so we can keep this as part of our records, knowing where does our data live, and how are we protecting it with these contracts. So we're going to do one of these self-assessments. The other part with self-assessments, Jeremy and I did one recently, they're really nice folks. We just hadn't seen the results yet, so we did one with Forge. It was actually kind of an interview. I don't know if there was a self-assessment. It could have been a self-assessment. Here's the thing about either doing a verbal K-12 or doing a verbal security assessment versus doing a self-assessment. That's the same with all these. In one, they suck unless you're honest. Okay? They suck unless you're honest. So you can't be, if you're not sure and you don't fit a one word, it's a no. We're gonna do one of these. Okay? I'm gonna do the shortest one there is. And the other part is if you take the time to do these, they can be pretty overwhelming. I've done some of these with the TLE before.
I did one with Baker Tilly once. That was
What? Is it long?
Yeah, with Baker Tilly, I did a security assessment with them one time.
Well, I guess my more important question after you finish an assessment would be, what did you do?
Oh, well, it was part of the U of A system, and they were our cybersecurity auditors, and so we had to do what they said. Which I spent the next 2 months doing before I came to make them.
I think whether it's a vulnerability scan that we're going to talk about, or whether or not it's a self-assessment, these really are useless unless you're honest and are committed to doing something afterwards. Does that make sense? A lot of the times that we don't do them is they take a lot of time and take a lot of resources. And what do you get out of doing one of them? It can
work.
Okay.
You get work.
Maybe you get more work. They could be tools that you can put in front of your administration if they're not too technical. Some of these help you do that, this one does not. So what I want us to do is we're gonna do this one together. It's the K-12-6 one. It is 14 questions. That's why it's my favorite. It's 14 questions. So it's like, if I was gonna start somewhere and I haven't done a self-assessment in a while, and you wanna know how you feel like you sit as a district, let's do this one, and let's see what kind of assessment we get out of it. Let's do it, and I want to talk about the pros and cons I like about this one, and then we'll skim through the rest. This is my favorite. It's my favorite because it's the fastest, and I think you get as much out of these 14 questions as I would get with a longer assessment, and that's just an opinion.
It is gonna ask you to sign up. I know y'all hate these because they can be relentless. K-12-6 is a little different. If you haven't heard of them, they're a nonprofit. If you tell them that you were just interested in the document, if they email you, they'll leave you alone. Just be like, hey, I was just trying to access the free resource for a workshop, they'll leave you alone. Or you can ignore the email. And for those of you who have done a different assessment before, y'all can kind of give me a pros and cons of what you think about the printout of this whenever we get done. It's pretty quick. All right, there is the K-12-6, so the fourth one down, Cybersecurity District Self-Assessment Tool for the 23-24 school year. Okay, you're all gonna finish with this self-assessment. Hey, if you're doing this, don't go to Nathan's session tomorrow. Aren't you doing this tomorrow?
I am doing it tomorrow.
Yeah, don't go to his session. Get this one. Get this one.
Yeah. He just gave us permission not to do it.
Also, don't come to my April one tomorrow either. You'll be disappointed. Unless you want to hear BJ talk. I mean, he'll give you some practical stuff. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and take this self-assessment. As you can see, there's only 14 questions here, okay? Would y'all rather do this one by one, or you wanna do it on your own? You can do it as a group. Wanna do it as a group, or do it on your own? Let's do it as a group. Let's do it as a group. Okay, so number one, does your district enable internet malware filtering for all users? For all users.
That wouldn't include guests, right? So.
Well, we got staff and students.
If Jeff goes straight to the internet, does it matter?
It goes through your firewall then. Wouldn't it?
So how they really, how well they take it off.
14 trick questions.
These are 14 questions. It's going to ask you something very close to where you have an answer for, but just enough that you don't really know.
Are the guests on your network?
Just remember, C is the most common answer.
They're on the state's network.
Are we saying malware filter, we're saying firewall over the internet?
Dude.
If they're on the state network, then yes.
We're saying y'all like open this DNS.
Alright. Alright. Well, we'll just go through it. We feel like Alright. Staff and student users, we're talking about guests. So staff and students, yes. Right? Internet malware, keyword, geolocation filtering is enabled for all systems and servers, including those managed by facilities, DNS, search strings are filtered.
Yeah, and then what if the people are home, is this about devices or my network, my network?
It is your network, based on the question.
Do y'all do malware on Chromebooks?
No, because it's too expensive.
Alright, so are we a B, or do you think we're a C in general?
C. What's this say?
Okay. Do you enable and regularly tune anti-phishing filtering solutions for district email?
Other than going in like Noble Fort?
Yeah, I think more like a file flare.
Yeah, no, not filtering, right. Rely on Google to throw that little yellow or red box up that you use more.
So you would have something, so that's at least a B.
Are there some domains that you block altogether? Or you just rely on the little box that you would use?
We block stuff too.
So, I mean, you're going a little beyond theirs.
C&D's the big thing, whether you had DKN and DMARC configured, and SPF, and
That's what Robert's doing. Robert's doing a session on that right now.
No, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Robert's doing a session tomorrow. Whenever I saw the session, I didn't know whether or not it was available to all you all, or whether or not you're doing it. I don't know enough about your environment. I think I'm gonna let you decide.
Maybe so. I can tell you right now, you probably need to, if you don't have SPF, DCAM, and DMARCs, you need to. Because the way all the other, products are going, they're stopping accepting that, you know, right?
Good.
They're gonna start blocking it. I mean, it's just.
Well, I will say we had issues with eSchool. Yeah, inbound stuff from eSchool was getting vouchers.
Yeah.
The
Because it was
tax
spoofing them
resets,
essentially.
Right, but I think we're still voting C there.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, we think we're C?
Most of us.
Okay. Alright, does your district or school, does your school district expose insecure services, directly to the internet?
We just got rid of eSlabs, so.
Do you have an HVAC server with www?
Yeah,
Not
right.
anymore.
Is anybody contact with anybody for HVAC?
Do what? Do you have an HVAC server with www?
Oh, this is out now, though.
No, I'm not gonna remind you so they can get their stuff.
They like our facilities director to be able to turn the air up and down from at home.
I mean, hopefully we're not A.
Yes.
But that does happen.
But I lose.
We are,
Every time.
we're at B, because we do allow.
Means they don't wanna pay for their security
passwords.
I would imagine we're probably at least B. Yes, but it's protected with MFA. Probably not. I bet we all have some kind of, like, I can imagine being some kind of law. That's possible. Alright, 4. Does your district grant local administrator rights to users, including students, teachers, and staff?
No.
So then, there's like 3 no's here. No, users are granted admin, power user rights. Process to allow approved software, admin user groups are regularly audited. There's some extra stuff in here.
The audited part is what.
Yeah, I would have to go with C just because we don't do some of the other stuff on D.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you install and manage endpoint detection on district managed devices? No, we don't use EDR. Yes, we use next-gen antivirus. Probably not a C.
Yeah, we use next-gen antivirus, like not EDR.
If CrowdStrike through DIS,
No.
CrowdStrike on your own.
That's what we do.
Is there an option?
Well, we don't do the EDR part.
Where are y'all getting this nonsense?
Yeah. If you know of a pot of gold for EDR solution, please let me know.
I'm about to say, they don't
No, I know, I couldn't afford that.
We're seeing a lot of hybrid right now,
What?
using our
No computers, put it on.
CrowdStrike, Falcon Complete on servers, and districts using their own licensing for others. So we see some hybrid stuff going on right now.
Hey, Ray,
It was separate.
Ray,
some kind of security.
can we back up just one real quick? I know you're,
Which one, 4?
the one about the administrative access. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, within this room, for the technologist, how do y'all handle your own account? I mean, does your own account have local admin access, or?
We use, elevated accounts.
We have
Okay.
elevated.
Yeah, I have, my account's a user account, but I have a domain account that I use.
Okay.
We have a server account that has domain admin rights, then we have a local AD account, or the local install account that has local rights on all the teacher machines and all the devices out there, and then I have my personal account. So we have 3 accounts, because we don't wanna put the domain admin on. We don't want kids seeing us type the passwords.
If you don't have
That's
a,
not the issue, but it still helps you.
Yeah.
That cast credential out there, and then hash the hash, and then they can use that domain admin hash to access everything else. If they log on with domain admin out there in those machines.
Yes, and never log in with the domain admin.
The workstation.
Alright, we all good on, we went back to 4, did you feel good on 5? Alright, 6.
Yeah.
Or we didn't decide on multi-factor, we're a no. For all staff, is anybody using MFA for all staff?
We're really close. We have everybody except for our maintenance department.
Oh, that's the end of the world trying to get them to do.
Oh, and
anything.
I can't get them to log into their emails.
I mean, I got.
I'm gonna let you decide if you mark there.
Legitimately, that's all I got to do is provide everybody.
I would say when you're doing a self-assessment, I think the key piece to do when you're answering the questions is to mark where you are, not where you wanna be. So, kind of keep that in mind, or even if you had like in progress, depends on how hard I wanted to evaluate Jeremy. If he couldn't, all is all. So, he's almost there, but he might be enough. I'll let him assess himself.
Well, I have a question.
What's your question?
I can't get my superintendent to be on board with me about teachers not having admin rights.
If your teachers, well, that's where the.
Ask them if they want to spend 3 weeks recovering everything.
I know certain times when the state comes down and sets policy, it's annoying, but when that policy is about to be mandatory.
I mean, I told him, he's like, well, they take them home and then
Well,
they'll be
that's-
able to download what they want, and I'm like.
No.
There's no.
And what they don't want to.
I can't tell you what the policy's gonna be, but there's certain things I know will be in there, and I know that there needs to be district input, I don't know how they're doing that, but I can guarantee you,
This piece of malware stuff.
teachers will not, that will be against state policy, and then you'll be able to enforce it, or you should be able to.
You only get hit twice.
I didn't say option, I just said no.
I mean, I first forward, we didn't, and then I go to this one, and then it's like, everybody has.
Policy, I mean, that's where policy comes in, so I set that minimum standard, if you're not doing it, the state's gonna help, hopefully you see that they're gonna help you get that support, and that's where legislation and policy falls into play in trying to make sure that we're all meeting that minimum standard.
Can't afford not to.
Especially you can.
And I agree, thinking of the prospect, I think you can't afford not to have that kind of thing now anymore. I think you have to do it.
It was real easy for us to tell them all the things that I wanted to do differently because, you know.
You got the event.
Because we got like
major
that.
event.
But, it was a lot easier, once you, I mean, I don't wish anybody to go through that, but once you go through something like that, it's a lot easier to get things changed as you're building it back because nobody wants to go through that again.
Did your super read in the paper about the other events that happened and the mountain and the ransomware and the ransom page and everything else?
If you can't get them there, the part that's gonna be difficult for you is being in a situation where you're gonna try to have to meet a lot of the minimum standards if you're that far behind everyone else, just because of where your leadership will and won't let you do, to implement MFA and to do admin controls and to do some of these multiple things back to back. It's gonna be a lot to take in at one time.
Michael probably wanna fire just like.
Maybe they'll allow you to look at the draft ahead of time and then you can at least try to implement that in a kind of a scaled kind of way. Yeah, go ahead.
Question, does anybody have issues with teachers,
Yes.
all the time?
All the time, every day. Oh, sorry.
With, you give them a temporary password and then everybody's using the temporary password and never set it to a true, like, bank security password or something like that. They end up using temporary and they never change it.
Check the box.
Or change login.
Change the login.
Check the box, man.
Change the box, make them change their login.
If you're active directory, you can.
Don't ever trust anybody, oh, I'll change my password, no, don't trust that. Ever.
Pay for those
Because if you don't expire it 20 years from now, they'll have the same password, so we have you one too.
They put where they can't change it or
You
something.
don't?
I know.
Happy,
And then.
how does your district,
What do they call?
how does your district, manage staff passwords and accounts, which kinda goes into this. User accounts are shared.
I can ask that again.
Not anymore.
Password reuse, old accounts are routinely deprovisioned and disabled. Staff use a 12-character password, changed on first use, password reuse restricted, forced non-MFA user biannual password resets, account block out after multiple failed logins. Are we feeling okay about B? Okay. Staff uses 16-character passphrases, changed on first use.
I have everything except for the characters.
It's also MFA 4.
I think mine has to be a minimum of 8.
Okay.
But it has to have one upper, one lower, one number, or something.
Most of this is like
Can't be
legislative
more than
audit
one.
credentials anyway, right? So in the legislative
And
audit.
you gotta change it every 6 months, because I put it up there with the ASCII and stuff.
It's required.
David Coles will be here tomorrow with like audits, and ask him all those questions as well. And, if you wanna ask him some of the tough questions, they're supposed to be doing a better job. I'm really hoping when the state decides to take a stance with the minimum cybersecurity standards, that legislative audit will align with what's being published, so you don't have again another. Like really, the minimum response for the response board for the cyber, self-funded cyber, they should all align, so you're not having to follow 3 different policies. I think they know that, but the state's kind of squirrels, but they all seem to be on board with those conversations. Do you protect the district from cyber risk presented by reliance on vendors, suppliers, other third parties? That's what we were talking about this morning. Yes, vendor accounts manually expire, vault passwords change, cybersecurity included in vendor evaluation, master list, vendor, supplier exists. Some of us may not be that.
2 different things, you're talking about vendor access to our systems, and then also us sending them.
They kind of stacked it all in there. That's why there's 16 questions on this one. That's why it's but you can just, I mean, I'm gonna put no. I don't think we all have that ready yet. You may put yourself to be.
They just have to ask me, I'll turn it back on when they need it, otherwise it's turned off.
Vendors.
How many days does it take to install security patches on district managed assets?
Depends if Windows is gonna work on machines.
Right. Well, they're talking about critical security updates, they do limit that. So if it's a critical security update, you apply within 30 days.
Friday at 1 AM.
Is it scheduled? I guess, do you have it scheduled? I guess the way I would ask this if I was auditing you, isn't whether or not it's gonna, if you have concern whether or not it breaks, as long as you're aware. But the idea is, do you have a scheduled 30-day, is that part of your routine? I don't think we're looking for the one exception for, you know, do you do it within 14 days?
We don't, just to give a little more time for the bugs to work out if there is a, if you see something.
I like bugs, I do it every Friday at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Alright, well then, you can move beyond B. How does your school system, manage backups? Hopefully you're at least to be.
I don't have 90 days, but I got 2 weeks. Looks like they have 3 weeks in. I'm both more drive.
Utilities been up in your last event?
No, I have last week's backup, the week before that, the week before that, and the week before that, and this current week.
What would that have saved you in that event that you had?
I don't know, because it was just, everything was so not secured for so long that they really could have been in there at any point in time, and I wouldn't have known. They could have been there before I even started there. So I don't know. I do know that when we got wiped out, they can't now.
How does your district manage sensitive data and documents? $2 surge. You know,
Is there an
Keep
option for,
everything
yeah,
forever.
one person to
Yes.
hold everything?
Yeah.
They delete it, but it's still in the recycle bin.
Yeah, we keep everything forever.
I don't even know if districts generally do any kind of data classification. That's generally what larger organizations, that's what's hard to take some of these things that larger organizations do. They try to apply to very small groups of people. Do you deliver cybersecurity training to all staff?
Yes.
At least once a year?
About to.
I mean, it goes
Okay.
from one and after the other.
Hopefully it's at least a B, maybe a C, or a D. I don't see a lot of phishing tests unless someone already has done before. We're gonna talk about that here in a little bit though. How well prepared is your district for a cyber event? Do you have, so the run book is what they had on the main website. I don't know if y'all saw that as a resource. We pushed that before. You print it off and it gives you a instant response run book on the essentials series right under the assessment with the run book. It's pretty good. It would get you, if you were at an A, it would get you at least to a B. Does that make sense? So that's one of those things you could do tomorrow as you're going.
Right, you think is it sufficient if you, when it's talking about training? Now, maybe face-to-face training is good at times, I realize that, but if you push out a video, you're able to tell when they start it, when they stop it, is that sufficient for documentation? Like, run a report from that?
If you, yeah. Efficient for documentation depends who's doing the documentation.
Well, if I, after I sent them up one of my elementary schools, and they click on the video, it's a cybersecurity training video, they start it, they stop it, and.
That's so different than number 4.
Okay.
So that's the security awareness program.
Okay.
I mean, is it, we won't talk about, but yes, it would check, I would mark yes. If I was doing that, I would mark yes, if that's the question. Okay. Alright, last one. Does your district work with peers to gather and share cybersecurity intelligence? And I would say as long as you're participating in your co-op and you're communicating with Chrissy when an event happens, we have that new listserv that you're all on. I would say we're at least, that is an informal ISAC. I would say we are at least to be, as a state, as long as you engage in the community. If you're one of those that do not, then I wouldn't mark it. If you're not a part of that listserv, you don't know what I'm talking about, use his, pick Chrissy up. And it's on that main page, I forget what you call this, the DIS listserv page. It's from there, and you can sign up as long as you have a district email. She'll likely vet it and approve it. So, and then are we ready to generate our customized self-assessment report? So we did that kind of slow. We did it in 30 minutes, 14 questions. They don't store this data. Notice I didn't put in my district. So whatever you get here, you're gonna want to print off on your own. K-12-6 does not store it, okay? And what they're doing here, and I can show you where it kind of aligns, but what they did is they aligned, K-12-6 aligned their assessment with CISA's, they call the KPGs, the cybersecurity performance goals, that's for everybody. They tried to put it out into practical things. So if you're looking at this, there's a one-to-one correspondence from this printout to the CIS controls, but instead of doing all, I think there's 18, it's just picking up the ones that are most critical for K-12. So it is a good start tool. And you can kind of see urgent, all right. I see where I'm urgent, I see where I'm baseline. And what I like here at the bottom is it'll actually give me, you know, when I said when you do an assessment, the worst thing you can do is not do anything. That's not the worst thing. Do an assessment helps you. But if you click on the basic plan, it prioritizes what is urgent, and it gives me a short little, does it make sense? Kind of prioritize. And it says, oh, I need to do MFA. That's number 1 for me. Which
So in a year's time or 6 months' time, you can do it again. Only takes 30 minutes, right? And you get another action step. That's one of those ways that you could mature over time. I don't know that I would actually print it off here like it asked. I would just print my screen and take this with me and kind of move on. Blueprint right there. What I don't know is whether or not I can go back. I wish. Anyways, the only difference between the basic form and the advanced form is the advanced form goes through every urgent thing and just gives me a long list for each one of those items. Does that make sense of what it is? But you want to know a simple tool that you can do once a year? This is, I think this, for keep yourself in check, this is one I would do with my IT staff as a team, just so they can hold me accountable if you're an IT director. I know as an administrator, your superintendent's the same way. The closer you are to the top, the higher the ratings they're going to give. Not because they're full of themselves necessarily, but because just because I think we're doing it, and your perception of how we're doing it doesn't always align, right? And so it helps with some of that alignment of like, no, we're doing that. They're like, I've never heard you talk about that in my life. But it doesn't matter if I have it in place if they don't know that I have it in place. If that makes sense. And so that's a really good resource. So here's some other ones. Okay, and this is where, like, how big or small do you want to go? We did this one up at North Central Co-op. It's called the CSET. You can go in there and download it. There's a whole set of software. It has a pretty good platform. I don't remember how many questions are on it. There's probably about 50. It's going to take a solid 2.5 to 3 hours to do it. It's really how long it takes if you actually sit there and do it. This, if you were ever to ask, you see where it says download CSET version 11.5 year. I'm not saying don't do it. I mean, if you're only doing it once a year, maybe it's a good activity to do. Again, I would do it with my staff if I was doing it that way. If you ever look at the CISA's offerings, they will offer to do a cybersecurity evaluation on site at your institution. You can sign up for that, but when they come and they do the evaluation, this is the evaluation tool they're going to use. That's what they're going to solve it. And it is, they don't really look into your infrastructure. They do kind of like what we were doing, and they do an interview. And they ask you some questions, and does that make sense? No, I mean, that's what it is. I like it. It's good. The thing I don't like about the CSET tool is that it's not geared for K-12 at all. It does not understand the environment. And they ask me questions that I couldn't even get CISA to understand when we were asking for clarification. And some of it just does not apply. And if I was ever going to print it off and hand it to a supervisor of any kind, all they would see is red and not understand why we're red. So if I was to use it, I would probably only use it internally. One of the ones I like a lot is called the cybersecurity rubric. Have y'all seen this one? This one's cool. This one's K-12. This is a K-12 rubric, and this is a NIST-based rubric. I believe all of your co-op staff is certified to do this evaluation. If you wanted them to come and do this interview for you, you can always do the self-assessment. This is one of those where you become certified on your own if you want. You can watch the video if you want. Because if you use the rubric, it's a really easy cert. I think it takes maybe half a day if you want to go get it. I think it's $100 in half a day. That lasts for 3 years. I probably could get you a voucher if you were interested in doing it. You could knock it out in half a day. Non-interruptions. You can knock it out half a day. You can get all the courses done and take the test in half a day. Agreed? Agreed. Okay. And if you're not familiar with NIST at all, and people keep talking about it, it is a really good way to get familiar with NIST and build your foundation. And you can do it in 3 hours and get a cert. Okay? If you download the rubric, and you can download it now, I'm gonna use the Google Sheet version. Cause it is the recommended for a reason. They did this in partnership with, ClassLink. They're one of the main partners on this. Frankie, who's listed there, is a, CTO in Texas.
We can make a copy.
Make a copy. The results page will populate as you go through the other two. Identify, protect, defend, respond, and recover. That's NIST. Okay? And what you do, very similarly, you're just gonna read each one of these and decide, okay, asset management. Where do I read each one of these descriptions, not that different than what we just did, it's just more than 14. And I would start marking these off. What I like about a rubric is that not only can I see where I am, I can see what it takes to get to a 4 or a 5, right? And you can see as I mark these, it should be populated over here. It's pretty simple. And I like it for a ton of reasons, but I think it's simple to use. The training is good. It all aligns. What'd you say?
Mine didn't download.
Never, did you make sure you hit the top one? Set it to.
It just, all that other stuff that came up, did you decide on? That.
It had the instructions.
I was.
It's down there on the tabs.
Oh, Lord.
It's alright. The tabs give me all the time. And whenever it's filling out, it populates that front sheet. Should be able to mark it. There, good. Alright. I think y'all seen this one. Maybe not. Alright, this is TLE, they call it the Trusted Learning Environment. This is COSIN's version of the assessment. The biggest difference between the ones I just showed you and this one is those first three are cybersecurity assessments, and this one is a privacy assessment. They're going to be close, there's going to be some overlap, but that's the biggest difference. The TLE assessment is focused more on processes. There are some districts out there that have gone and tried to get the TLE seal. I don't know anybody in Arkansas who's done this. It's always been part of the conversation. It's one of those conversations, if you're really into the COSIN stuff and what they're doing, whether it be with CEDL, the TLE is kind of like the district version of the CEDL. What's really interesting is even on this self-assessment, can't remember which one it is, but I can do a control F. It's going to ask you if you are TLE certified. You may not know it. I mean, that's what it's talking about. So it's like, well, no, I don't know anybody who has the TLE seal in the state of Arkansas. But that's where these people are. Well, they obviously got together to create the rubrics because they want you to see one to endorse the other. So, all right. That CVAT tool is the same way. That K-12 CVAT, it asks on their evaluation, it asks whether or not you have the A4L agreement. You know, which is so it's like, okay, yeah, did you see it? And I was like, yeah, these guys, there's so much inbreeding going on. It's kind of funny at times, but okay, I get what you're doing there. But those are four different assessments. My favorite two are the K-12-6 because it's short, and the CCRE rubric that's out because we hear so much NIST and NIST align, and it's a very user-friendly kind of thing. For vulnerability scanning, this is an opinion. This is an opinion. If I was going to do a vulnerability scan, I would have someone else do it. I wouldn't do it myself. I wouldn't take time to do it myself. I'd have someone else do it. And the reason why I say that is because there's a lot of options out there, and I would just take advantage of one. Here are 3 free ones. Is anyone
anybody see anything common with those three? Yeah, how many of you are gonna sign up for those? You know, I'd have the mixed bag here.
I think the legislative audit, maybe,
Yeah.
they're doing something else right now.
Huh?
Legislative audit may be busy looking for a food.
Only story I've already had my leg on it.
Easy. But I bet everybody saw that picture of that guy who dressed up.
Yeah.
We'll have to pull it up during break. CISA does one. It can take, they have some regular scans that they'll do, external scans, they'll sign you up. Same thing with leg audit, we've had some of those, some people sign up for those, they've been advertising that. These two are both gonna be tenable scans. The problem, it's not a problem. The challenge with Arc Solid, there's just some trust issues of whether they're gonna come in, they're gonna let your network, are they really gonna be there to help, or they're gonna, you know what I mean? That's how I feel about all three of these. And honestly, even though I work in this environment, I can't guarantee that y'all know I can't, right? Some of the communication I saw after these folks did a scan, was kind of off-putting. The call up and there's not so off-putting, and I'm like, okay, but your email clearly says they have to create a plan for remediation. And there's over, I don't even know how many findings that were in there. They sent them two, like 300-page documents, 700 pages altogether.
Those were ours anyway.
And that's the hardest part about the scanning's not necessarily the hard part, it's reading the scans. And there was no thought process in going through before they just do a blanket scan on what, and they should have pulled out what they knew was gonna flag based on our K-12 environments. It's gonna be the same across the board, and they don't. They just run the scan and pull it. That's, like, even if you do these, they're time consuming. You're gonna get, I haven't heard of anybody doing the CISA scan.
We do.
Huh?
We do.
You do it? You do the regular monthly?
They do it weekly.
Do you?
That's just for scanning, right?
Yeah, it's just outside in, it's not
monitoring.
So CISA has several services. They'll do the external scanning. You can sign up for that. They'll start that pretty quickly. You can also sign up to have them do a vulnerability scan that they were probably using Tenable 2 or something comparable. CISA works a lot with CIS or MSISAC. It's all kind of the same. MSISAC, they're subcontractors of CISA. They're probably using whatever CIS is using. And we're doing the same thing. I'll put DIS up here because it's something that we're thinking about doing or trying to do. We have licenses available, but we just haven't got there. And even if we run the scan, it's still going to be 700 pages. And then working with districts is still going to be how do you prioritize what you find, right? And that's where some of these other products may be of interest to you. If you get a chance to play with Josh, who's floating around here with DIS, has been playing around a little bit with this OpenVOS. I don't know anybody who's used Greenbone OpenVOS. I just know you've used it. How do you think it compares to the two?
It's not as clean.
As the Tenable?
Output's not as clean.
So
it's open source.
I mean, Greenbone is an open source vulnerability scan software.
He's doing a breakout one.
Josh is later.
Yeah, Thursday.
You can go check it out if you want. I mean, I don't know that I wouldn't just sign up if I was going to do this. I don't know if I just wouldn't sign up to let them scan me and take the report. I'll put this one on here. That's not supposed to be a bad thing. A scan is generally an affordable cost. It's usually not a whole lot. Next Step has done some for us before. I bet any of the solar resellers will do one for you. What's nice about it, as long as you all have vendor partners, I bet IK Electric has one. I bet CDW, I bet every one of them has somebody who'll do a scan for you that you already have a relationship with that know that it's not going to just beat down your door. It's worth, if you, like, whether you're doing, I don't know which one of these you need to do, but there needs to be some kind of assessment going on regularly. At least annually, whether it be if you're not doing anything, at least do a self-assessment. right? The data inventory is a good discussion to have, but it's not automated like this. Take $5,000 and have a scan done. Even if you do that every 3 years or every 2 years, it's worth considering. There's one company, I think it's called Breach Bids. They're fairly affordable. They do consistent external scans. I really like them. They have a good dashboard that's user friendly. If you get into our CrowdStrike system, I wouldn't say it's a vulnerability scan, but there is a vulnerability report because we have those licenses. It's one of those things sometimes we don't even realize it's already on our system. We just kind of came across it. And there's a pretty good vulnerability report in that CrowdStrike software. Chrissy's doing a session on it, isn't she? So it's kind of some front loading on, like, she's gonna be doing a whole hour session on it where you can actually see, okay, it's one thing if you get XDR, but then I get XDR and I get a vulnerability printout. I could, a lot of people are a little more technical than I am, but I could go in there, anybody could have gone in there, because it's just software and they organize it in a way. I can tell which machine hasn't had patches. I can see what critical updates are needed, and I can get to it in about 2 clicks. Does that make sense? I can see it for all your machines. And so, it really is just about making visible what's, you know, your infrastructure is somewhat, they're kind of theoretical in the sense they're hard to touch, right? And so putting anything that's visual in front of these things also helps you prioritize your 5-year plan. How do you make a 5-year plan if you don't have, if you've never done any kind of assessment? How do you get more cyber mature? Those are my best options. I would pick one, and I would do one regularly. It's not a break yet, but what I decided I was going to pick up the pace just a little bit, and as we get through, whenever we finish, we'll finish, and I'll spend the afternoon. If we have any extra time this afternoon, we'll spend that time doing any kind of workshop of any of the tools that you want to use. Whether you want to go back and go for A4L, or you want to go back and really dive into any of these tools, we will. And that's where some of these other discussions are going to kind of hit. If you're coming in this afternoon, or if you're coming in tomorrow, also do not come to this session. Do not come to my national update. I was asking Daryl, I was like, what do they want? And I was like, this is what I could do, and he's like, do you want to do breakouts on some of that too? And I was like, not really.
All right, well, you're signed up.
But he's like, there's going to be people that are going to be at the pre-conference, but this allows you to attend more conference sessions. But this is what so this is what I was planning on doing the entire session on, was this, all right? Because when they put this out, I was really stoked about what, and it's very lackluster, but there was 3 vendors that stood out in their offerings for school. One of those was Cloudflare. Y'all, I don't know probably I'm familiar with Cloudflare, probably now. I don't know anybody in K-12 that has used Cloudflare. They offer 2 services at Cloudflare that is free as part of their project, Cyber Safe Schools. And you can click on that and go check it out. One of them is DNS filtering, and the other one is email security. John, this was the one I was talking to you about out at Arch Ford. Generally, the DNS, I don't know, since you're on our state network, that it's going to be all that useful. Some of you do have some of your own firewalls, so maybe it would. But the email security is very interesting. We've had one co-op pilot it for us. His name's Matt Pitkins. He's been piloting that. If you want to kind of get his take on it. Cloudflare is going to be here. I dragged him in here. I said, you can offer free services. You're going to come talk to these techs. So they're here. You can ask them about it. Cloudflare is one of the top tools in the market. The only thing, I would say the only complaint I have, I don't know if it's a complaint because they're here and they're sponsoring me. So I don't want this negative feedback necessarily. If you sign up for the free program, they've been somewhat slow to respond. It's only free for districts that have 2,500 students or less. Sorry. But it's still 80% of you, okay? It's a free email security. It'll filter your emails. It does the email security gateway is what it provides. So it provides additional email security. And there's a couple of different ways that you can run it. If you're signed up for the free stuff, they're not offering a whole lot of support, but we have some folks in state that have been getting familiar with it. Even if you're over the 2,500, they're supposedly supposed to be offering some kind of, and I don't know how good it is. So it's definitely gonna be more than free.
Yeah.
So,
Is it in-band changing X records?
I think you can do both.
Like API based, where they can do that?
Well, I've just been paying attention to the implementation that they've been using now that, Carpenter. And they started off by just forwarding, because he was trying to do a comparison of what the email filters, the Google email filters were letting through versus what Cloudflare was letting through. So he was just forwarding all emails out to the Cloudflare environment and then filtering out before it comes back to see what it would catch. I'm not sure what he switched off to. I think he now has it in the front instead of the back. But she's gonna be here. I'm not saying don't use any of the other DNS tools. There's some conversations change it. The reason why I'd be careful about that, just in general, is DIS does have some next gen firewall upgrades that are coming y'all's way that should take place for the next year in it. Okay. Okay. There's not a timetable for it, but
Why do you say be careful?
well, when I say be careful, I mean as far as I don't know how much with our next gen firewalls. I think some of the rules on how you're managing it and what you will be allowed to manage and what you won't be allowed to manage. I feel like those are all part of the conversation at the moment.
So what Chrissy told us, because we have our own firewall, we sent everything through. So right now ours is set to, she said ours is set to bypass. So we just don't have any kind of configuration on our state firewall because all the stuff's done on our local one. She said with the new one, it's going to have a default set of rules that you can't not have. Or that's what we're hearing at least at this point. So if you have your own firewall, you may have to do some jumping through hoops to get it to function with the state stuff.
And I don't know what resources or tools you'll have in that rollout, if there will be some, if we're going to next gen, what kind of additional tools. You don't need to duplicate services even if they're free. I guess you could, but that could just be more demand or more confusion for your systems to talk. So
When you made that comment, I thought you were referring to the fact that if you were using an existing email security gateway solution.
No. I just meant for the DNS. For email security gateway, you can run multiple versions of it.
Yeah.
If you want, we even have folks that run both to see which, I think Alan in North Central, he's thinking about doing that because he has one as well. You just gotta run them both and see which one likes. So they're gonna be here. Go talk to her. There is a sign up. If you want to sign up, you can sign up however you want. You might as well get in line. I know folks. I think Coach signed up and he still hasn't heard back. He signed up 2 months ago. So we have been discussing with them on if there's a way to do like a statewide sign up. And then statewide support and stagger you guys, so there's actually some legitimate, it's hard to think of a good program or what could be a good program and it go flat just because of those free services, you know what I mean? So, there's also, these folks are here too, we dragged them here. There is an AWS K-12 cybersecurity grant program. You can go check it out. If you're interested in this, it runs through the end of the year, okay? It is not money, it is pretty much services. So they'll offer you AWS services that you're interested in. I think the most common discussion with this one has been around backups, using AWS for backups, and how long you can use that service. The difference between the two, Cloudflare, supposedly, if you sign up for them, that service is unlimited to the end of time. They don't have an expiration date on it, and I was like, that sounds, I've heard this before, but they said it doesn't run out. They said once the program goes live, it goes live, and they support it. This one is for a year, so they want you to like it, and they're gonna cut you off. I don't know. I don't know. They're going to be here. I encourage you to talk to them about what this 20 million means. I think both Little Rock and Springdale have already submitted applications. There is a, it's just a private meeting, but y'all are invited, about whether or not there's a strategic K-12 plan that we can put into play. So like maybe the state can apply for everybody, as long as, we don't want to do, again, we don't want to duplicate services. So I don't know that there's anything that'll come out of that, but I just want to know, like, this is on the table. If there's a strategic where we all can kind of win, that'd be great if it's a common problem. I'm not sure what rooms it in. It says private meeting. If you see Chrissy and I there, come in. We're not trying to hackle anybody, but you're welcome to, when this says private, it's not like the cool kids, not cool kids. It was just, they were here and all y'all were here. And I was like, let's take advantage of the fact that, I do, you know, so Paul's there. I think, Hunter is gonna be there with North Rock, they already applied. But if you wanna come in and listen to the conversation, just see where it goes, I don't know what to expect. But that's gonna happen on Thursday, I think. If you wanna check out the grant program, it's there. If this sounds like all interest to you, I have a spreadsheet, you can come look at. It offers some other stuff, and this is pretty standard stuff in the sense of like, Power School did this too. And they're like, we'll help you out with the cyber event. That's the one I got excited about. Like, we'll do incident response if you have our services and only on our equipment. And I was like, okay, that's not really that great. I'm glad you went to the White House and told everybody that. They're also sponsors, so don't tell them I said that. But I do like the, I don't know, like they just left me one more. That guy, I think David Tiggs, and you have all this in your PowerPoint, okay? These are all there as well. So my session, actually, this piece, what's new with cyber, I'm actually not doing all these. I'm just having those three people come and talk. So if you actually want to hear them talk about those three programs, Cloudflare, AWS, and Fortinet are all going to be the three that talk. 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, and I'm going to let them talk, since they're going to be here. Now, out of all of them, Fortinet is my favorite, because they are offering a legitimate, what it looks like as a legitimate, cybersecurity awareness software system. What I like better than Know4, one, the platform's clean. From what I can tell, it's running pretty smoothly. Their videos are K-12 specific, so they actually have buses in the background. And they're supposed to, within the next week or month, they're supposed to be rolling out free security awareness software also for students. And there's no cap. There's no cap, is what I'm being told. Like there's no low student cap like there is for Cloudflare. Michael, you probably ran into Michael before. Talk to him. It seems to be a very, and he is very responsive. And I don't know what it's like to work with him at a district level, but at the state level, he's always been great to talk to, work with, call me back. He's been good for me. And he's always here. He's been in the K-12 environment for a while. But I really like it. Have you guys taken the courses yet? Did you sign up for it? I did. All right. The rest of the announcements are like, okay, so like the DO. Like this is the DOE Department of Ed. They're like, we got to push out a document too, and they are famous for pushing out documentation. Documentation was the word. And this is the Ed Tech office. The Ed Tech office it's just a weird, they use their platform to try to talk cyber. They're kind of funny. But they're pretty much, there's 20 pages here, 25 pages, and they pretty much say, what I do like about it is kind of like if you're gonna create a digital environment, it's gotta be secure. That's my synopsis here. Security needs to be embedded when you're thinking about a digital platform or a digital environment, and they repeat all the things that are in the NIST standards. Okay, that's what you'll find in here. Yeah. But it's a good reference document. I don't know that schools are still talking about, we're all digital environments. I think they were kind of taking more of the approach of virtual learning, but I mean, nothing in the document I felt was super amazingly surprising. But it's a good reference document if I was going to reference it. Okay. CISA has some services out there as well. They made some announcements, and I was calling, I don't know if they're going to be here or not. I was calling Chad. I was like, so you are going to do more of the same stuff you're doing? And he goes, yes. I was like, no new services? He's like, no, not really. He goes, but we are going to try to get 300 more districts to sign up for our assessments. I was like, okay. I was like, that's more of a goal than an offering. But I do like this. They said they were going to do this. I had not received any notification of this. This sounded really interesting to me. They said they were going to offer K-12 cyber exercises every year, averaging 1 per month. I have not seen any notification of that. I would imagine if you're subscribing to this ISAC, you'd be getting those too. I haven't seen or heard anything. But yeah, I haven't. If you see Chad floating around, you can grill him on that. And they have this new pledge page. They have a new pledge page. It's hard to say that with a straight face. And no one has signed it since the White House announcement. But I don't know that it's very, I've seen this, been repetitive. I saw it with, I don't know, you just kind of see the pledge doesn't really take you the distance you need to go, but it's not bad. I mean, it's not bad.
Also, if you signed up for their phishing stuff, they are discontinuing that next week. So.
This is. I will say this: if you do reach out to Michael about the security awareness that's free, he will want to talk to you about Portafish, which is paid. But you know, take that as it might be affordable. I don't know. I haven't. There is one of the techs is doing if you want a free platform, one of the techs tomorrow, I think he's doing GoFish or in the breakout. I saw that in the breakout. It's not one of our guys, it's one of the district techs. They're using GoFish. It's a free fishing platform. If you want to check it out, we've had some guys that come off, try it out too. John Delaney, they have 2 different versions. John Delaney did one that's Linux, and Matt Pipkins did one that's a little bit different. You see them floating around. This one I kind of like, but it's something special. Okay? You're all running Google environments. Their documentation is everywhere, right? This document actually combines it, or tries to, into a single place with some context. So even if you just go down to the bottom of it with the resource list, it takes you through how to use security key for 2-step verification, password list login with passing keys. Like, it's just laying it out here. But this was, it's a good reference doc, but that's what it is. This was their commitment to education. I'd like to see them like, a commitment to education would be like taking some of those things that you make pay free. Yeah, all the good stuff. Yeah, all the good stuff. Yeah.
All the good stuff that you took was free and now made us pay for it. Would you like bring that back?
Google's not a sponsor, nor do I think they're here today. So you can feel free to speak openly about them throughout the conference.
Just remember they're listening.
Oh, there you go.
What school district doesn't have kids in second grade?
It's that PDF.
They gave us that
There you
PDF that just rehashed the resources that are already available on the web. Power School can hang out in that bucket as well. I don't know if we'll be out there. Now I'll say this. Now this is like, I haven't seen the proof yet, but supposedly they're supposed to be funding Nova for K-12, whether or not you are a provider or not a provider, and they had not released any details. But I kept waiting for that. I almost thought like we'd be doing a Nova 4 training today. Didn't happen. And you can read about their new commitments in their release. You'll be disappointed. They do have a page for schools with resources on it. It's decent. I mean, it's decent. If I was gonna do videos and training, I would use either what the co-op techs already have. If you haven't heard about their security awareness alerts they push out once a month, I'd either do that or I would do Fortinet before I started sending out videos on my own. But anyways, there's a lot of white papers here that will transform your environment.
On the topic of Power School, how far out are we from multi-factor or?
I love that question.
I'm just curious. You know, because when someone calls me and says, hey, how come you're not doing this? I like saying, hey, how come you're not doing that?
I think that's an excellent question.
I'm just saying to protect our student data, we should protect it where it exists.
I think that's.
You better get that Gmail done.
I think that's an excellent question. I believe I asked that question so many times. I was working on the other side. I think that's the reason why they were not disappointed when I walked away. I mean, they just got tired of me talking, but it's true. I'd like to think. Well, there's a couple things. One, the state has insurance, cyber insurance. I don't know how. I actually do not recommend this, but I know that they have to have MFA in order to get cyber insurance. If they knew that our state school systems, or if they found out if they were ever breached, I know y'all think you're covered. Y'all probably are covered, but I know the state thinks they're covered. If the insurance provider found out that our e-school e-finance system, which they think is insured, is not covered under MFA, I wonder if they would avoid a policy. I don't know.
I think, what is the law like that, so the vendor cooperate?
I don't know, I just know that the state has a DIS cyber insurance policy. And I don't know, I know we did the self-assessment in which we checked the box for MFA, so we have it on our system.
Maybe not every system.
Yeah, like I wonder how it's worded. I didn't complete that inventory. I wonder how it's worded.
It helps that it's only accessible by certain IP addresses, but then you have the VPN that minimum most cybersecurity don't have the VPN secured by NFA at least.
Yeah.
So at minimum the VPN connection needs to be
I would agree with that. Trying is the same way. You just would never let me turn it on. I never had a document. It's just, I don't know the answer to that question, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't keep answering it. I like to think that when this 504 policy hits, that I'd continue to ask. I think it's a legitimate concern at the K-12 level of, I mean, all the data that is protected, that is housed, is stored under a single system that's not MFA, which you're being asked to do, I think is legitimate.
And you're saying you're not the right person to answer that question, so who's the right person to ask that question?
The authority in K-12 is Regis Carr. Says it's in.
That was actually not one question.
I'm In my opinion, I would probably pose the question, is it on the roadmap? When is it coming? Will it be in place probably before it is? I don't know. I mean, it's a legitimate question and it's a fun one. Alright. Power School signed the pledge. You remember that pledge? Power School signed it.
Round of applause, everybody.
I do kind of like this resource. This kind of goes with that K-12 CVAT. Like, I like it. I don't know if I'd use it, but I like it. They have a 20-point security checklist that asks some questions on I like checklists. I like checklists. I think they're useful. Whenever I'm actually trying to do something, it makes it a lot easier. If I'm reading an agreement that is very, now honestly, this is what I used to do whenever I had to read a ton of agreements. The only way I could do it without losing my mind, it was either I have to create a checklist based on either NIST or just some basic because if I'm not looking at a document and someone says, what needs to be in this agreement? I'm like, okay, I need a data destruction clause. And I start making my own checklist of things I want to see. And then when I read the document, it's a lot easier to read as far as, do I feel good with this or not? So I do generally like a checklist. I thought theirs was good. This is a question I get a lot. I got a call from Jared the other day. You're not gonna like this response either. Again, the best ones are the top three: Cloudflare, Fortinet, and AWS. You will hear this discussed. Has anyone been talked to about the state local cybersecurity grant program? They call it the SLCGP. There's millions of dollars floating around right now for cybersecurity resilience. If you go to a national conference, they're going to tell you to come back and talk to me. And so we're going to have this conversation right now. The funds are meant to help local municipality, local government entities, including K-12 schools, but not just K-12 schools. Okay. And these 80%, I think 25% of these funds, 80% has to go to local. Like the government can't keep it, and 25% of that has to be rural. You can check it out if you want. I think this year's award is, I think I put it up there. Yeah, this year's award is $6 million. We have a total of about $10 million sitting somewhere in our accounts. I can't tell you about FY23, but I can tell you about FY22. I'm a non-voting member of the committee. You're getting nothing.
Thanks.
They're doing things to protect us in the behind the scenes,
No.
right?
No.
Not even.
No, we're getting nothing.
Well, I mean, I've said this before when I was talking to Leg Audit. This sounds like I'm defending them. I was pissed. Like, whenever you get on the new job, I don't know, we've all been in those meetings where there's decisions being made and you're obviously feeling pulled and you're borderline overstepping. That's where it was for me. I don't even get that upset, but I almost had to excuse myself from the room when she said that. Oh my gosh, she said we decided. I'm like, I'm not we. I was like, we decided. Man, this is gonna hit a point for me. We decided K-12 already gets funds. They get funds from elsewhere, and I wanted to be like, what? I did. I looked around. I looked at my new boss, and I was like, where are these funds? And I was like, this is one of those conversations I need to talk to afterwards, not in the middle of like his peer. Or it's not even his peers. I think he dislikes it as much as I do. Not repeat that. But and if I ever see the doc, here's what makes me. Oh shit.
You might have to ask Daryl to cut that part out.
What makes me I guess what makes me upset most about it is whenever they established the committee, they had this executive committee, and they had to have someone from education represented on the committee. Well, I served on the committee.
was supposed to be representing K-12. They pushed so much paperwork out in front of, there was like a deadline, they wanted it done in 2 days. There's all this paperwork, and I'm listening to the conversation, I'm trusting what I'm hearing from people that I trust. And, they're supposed, so they have they have the committee, there's so many committees. There's a committee for this grant, and there's this executive committee. There's no one on the education and the executive committee that make the budget decisions. So even if I would have, there's only one representative at K-12 out of like 25. It doesn't matter what I would have said, but I'm still pissed off about it. You know what I mean? Because I'm sitting there, I signed it. They said we're gonna have I thought it would come back around for us to discuss. And now I'm being told we made a decision. I'm like, the hell we did? You know, I'm gonna be on record as a no vote. But that first round, it's all going to cities and counties. So if someone brings that up, that doesn't apply to you. I don't know what the conversation is around FY23. There's some general conversations that if that money becomes available, that K-12 needs to be a focus for those funds. I like to think that that is true. It is pretty tight if you go to look at it. You can't just spend it on whatever you want. It centers around assessments and training, and then you can't, the other part's remediation. But you can't do, you're not allowed to do remediation until you've done assessments and training. I was wondering where your district kind of exploring alternatives. And so, anyways, if you want to, I actually put the lady's email in here. If you want to email her about what is K-12 status on this.
Like we were told you guys had an important decision to make about that.
Hey, there's a governing, Adam, I've never heard of these groups. It's called the Arkansas Division of Emergency Management. They are, DIS is the sub-reward. They are the governing SSA, the State Administrative Agency. So the funds go to them. They make the decision. Make the decision based off of state need, not K-12 need. If you ever talk to DIS, I got really mad at like Autumn once, David himself. I was kind of a jerk to him the first time we met, because of the discussions y'all always had about like audit. This guy does this guy does this. Can we get a list? No. Okay. Then how do we stop this conversation? And we kept talking, kept hashing it out. And he said, he goes, man, when we do findings, I don't know if y'all, have you ever felt this way on audit? He's like, when we have findings, those are just suggestions. And he goes, he's like, they need your attention, but we're not out to get anybody. And I was like, and then he proceeds, he was really nice. David's really nice. Y'all meet him tomorrow? He's really nice. And it's like, and he goes, yeah, when we present that to superintendents, those are just things that districts need to work on. And he was like, when you compare K-12 to the other groups that we have to audit, he goes, y'all look amazing. Y'all are near our biggest problem. Oh, that's scary. I mean, look, some of the, y'all probably know this because you work with them, but some cities, they don't have their own domain. They have no central storage place. They have, oh, it's so bad. And like audit scans of some of our state libraries, I think districts from top to bottom as a group look a lot better than what cities do, top or bottom as a group. You get outside the top 20 cities, and it starts getting pretty grim pretty quick. Nobody has any kind of IT infrastructure whatsoever. So I get, they're not wrong, but to not get any, that just seems high.
Not getting any because you're not as bad as everybody else is not better than not getting any.
No, it's not. There is another document that I really like, and this is a document, but you know how one of the age-old conversations in K-12 is salary. You know, I think Teller did a salary comparison not too long ago. It's still on their website. It's pretty interesting. What are the priorities for K-12? What's that perspective? This document is really good. It talks, I mean, I don't know that this will make your job do better. It is just interesting. It tells you the makeup of how many race, sex for the profession,
It talks about salary across the nation for the profession. It talks about what other techs think are a priority now versus what it was 10 years ago. Like, it is your life. And it's one of those, I don't know if you've ever read something, I had to stop. Whenever I saw something and I was sending it to the co-op tech listserv, and I sent them like 2 emails, and then I realized, okay, I'm gonna stop, because I realized I had about 10 more planned out, and I was like, I just need to go read this. I know they didn't. But I told Daryl at the next LR, I was like, what I wanna do is I wanna do a breakout, I wanna pull some pullouts of this, because there's some really good information in here. It's just interesting. Like, it is just a really interesting document, even if you just kind of scan through and you're just looking at it. Just what the general authorities are for your position across the United States. So, it is break, and I bet there's snacks on break. I'm sorry, y'all should have told me. Let's do that.